Welcome in, everyone, to the VESL Conference Playoff Finals. I am Vaudeville, the independent conference director and caster, and I'm also here joined by the one and only Hail Monkey Man. How you doing, good sir?
It is a Friday afternoon moving into a swift evening, and of course there's a lot of great talent to be able to see who is ready from the great state of North Carolina to make their way into the big playoffs that we have. It's been a fantastic week. I had too many meetings, which means, of course, I wanted to sit down and see video games. I never want to play them. I just want to see them. I just want to see how they go.
Talking about video
games.
Yeah,
all the time.
That's exactly what we're going to be doing here, Monkey Man. We have so many different matches happening throughout the day today, but this is going to be the Sandhills Conference Finals that we'll be going through, and this is going to be the two teams of Pine Forest and Lumberton Senior High. So these two teams already made it to their respective regionals, but now we got to see who is going to go home with that prize pool, $300 for the team to split amongst the main roster players there. So a lot to go home for and lots to be proud of. Also seeding as well going into those regionals, going to be huge to make sure you lock in that #1 seed from your conference.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic to be able to get that. And honestly, along the way, Pine Forest, they actually had a tough draw. They went to Game 5 against Grays Creek High. So it went the distance into these best of fives, and we have not gone too much crazier than that. We're going to stay with best of fives all day today. And on the other side, Lumberton, I think that they provided some upsets, and they were seated just a tiny bit lower, especially in their first round whenever they took on Hope County, and they went 3-1. And then in the other, they went into a 3-0 sweep over Southern Lee. So there's a lot of expectations. Maybe there's enough heat right now. Both these teams, they've made the regional. Now they're just trying to get some extra cash maybe for that travel.
We'll see how far this matchup goes in this best of 5. I only need to win 3 games to come out on top there specifically. We're not doing best of 7s because, again, the teams have already made it to the main stage, to regionals that they'll be performing there. This is just kind of like a little extra fun. See who's better, and then throw some cash at the winner.
Yeah, that's all you want. And of course, there's going to be a big regional. 3 of them, if I remember correctly. We got 24 squads. They're going to be qualifying from all the awesome conferences because the state blew wide open. We saw it go crazy in the fall. Springtime is getting even hotter, and apparently that means we're burning rubber in a big way. So we're going to go to game #1 in just a little bit, and of course, a lot of talent to see this evening.
It's going to be a great time to see how these two teams face each other. Pine Forest versus Lumberton in this specific matchup. GXTZ, Sway, and ASDO.exe versus 910 Fairy, Tower Spies, and TikTok Lags. So we'll see how these teams do. They got the greatest names out there, so they already got that going for them.
I really hope they're lagging, but you know what? Maybe just another reason to eventually delete the app. We'll find out. But Lumberton going to be under fire early. Pine Forest obviously have been trekking it pretty well here as that top-graded, top-seeded team here from Sandhills. So we're going to see if they can continue to keep up this pressure. And so far, been running it down here. We're going to be on Champions Field for a while. These teams are going to try to feel like champions all day today, especially when they rock and roll into the regionals.
I think most of the matches are just sticking on Champions Field the entire time. No map rotation because we're all champions here. We already made it to the regionals, and Sway is the champion with the first goal in this best of 5 matchup.
That pre-jump, I believe that was by 910 Fairy. They took on the initial attempt, and as they got bumped out of the way off the first touch, it was just a great pickup. Finally, we break early ice. This is just the first minute. Lumberton, they want to continue to surprise these teams that are maybe counting them out.
It was a great first salvo from Lumberton as well to get started off strong in the opening minute of competition of Game 1 in this matchup. Pine Forest, I do want to say, got a really cool logo. I've never seen like the Trojans logo with just Trojans being the like little pearl thing at the top of the helmet. It's really cool.
Yeah, it honestly, I have like a 60s, 70s vibe from it. Yeah. Feels like we're gonna have one of those kind of liquid transitions going into that next scene, but not quite that 70s show level. But Lumberton has at least provided some defense in those top 90s. Of the first 90 seconds have ticked off and gone. Lumberton with a massive clear. And Pine Forest, they've knocked at the door. Really haven't found too many cracks as of yet. We're going to see if maybe slowing things down makes it a little bit easier.
Might be what they need to do here to get out on top of things. 910 Fairy, Tower Sprays, and Lags looking for any opening opportunity to get out of their side and get some offense going in their favor against their opponents. Sway pretty decent on offense and defense so far, so gotta hope they can continue that through the rest of this arduous journey that they find themselves in the playoffs for Sandhills. Because again, they already made it to the regionals, but they do need to make sure they take home a #1 prize.
not going to see many teams survive the gauntlet for those regionals either. It becomes a very tight contest. I think that we're looking at maybe, what, 4 to 8 squads that make it to states. So you got to really be ready on the day. That one's going to go bar down and out. Someone's going to be crashing from distance, and that's going to be Lags. He's going to get credit on it. We're tied at 1 at the midway mark.
Nice there to tie things up right before the halfway point as well. I don't know how that did not go in initially, but they will get the final touch, unfortunately, from the Lumberton defense. But if they didn't go for the touch, it would have been scored either way.
Yeah, you knew that you had one of 2 options. Either they get to score it, or you're going to score it. And you're not going to let them score it. Now, that's your ball. Yeah, no, you will not give them the credit, ever. So, a bit of a dubious pride to make sure that still Pine Forest is at least scoreless by their own hands. Lumberton have done a great job about alleviating pressure, but I've not seen them build up an offense here recently.
That's what we need to see change from them too. We were looking at them keeping Pine Forest at in the blue half the majority of the opening half of this game, and Lumberton were looking pretty solid there, but wind was taken quickly out of their sails after that tying goal came through, and now we got to see where they can really improve on their approach towards offense and see if they're going to be feeling a bit more confident like they were here with Sway dropped down right in their face. They will get an easy finish for their own setup.
You got to feel right now for, I think it's Twerspies or Spies, sorry, but because they wanted more power off of that side flip to really just kind of to launch the ball into more of a punt situation, heading it to ceiling and maybe even go to wall with it. And instead, it ended up just kind of flubbing right into the open grass. So Lumberton, they take advantage. They are opportunist merchants, and now they're going to see the same thing done against them. Fantastic demo. That's 9-10 Ferry evening us up.
That was a beautiful demo. I've experienced a lot more of those recently in ranked and seeing them be even more popularized in these matchups and in the RLCS demos. I mean, they've always been a thorn in people's sides, but I feel like they've become more prevalent in the most recent meta of the game, just because popular players out there like Calm just popularizing them even more so as well.
People like Calm and getting 50 demos a game. Yeah. Yes, we'll call that a meta. It's like, all right, can you maybe get at least 200 points just based on just extinctions? Thank you very much. It's Lumberton now on a counterplay off of the catch from Getz, and that'll be a soft roll by 9-10 Ferry, who really, I don't know about you, but it's been kind of showcasing me to be kind of the battlefield commander so far here for Pine Forest, looking for a feed in. That one just inches away from being another leading goal.
Now Tower Spies looking for any option to get this into the orange half and secure their victory in this game, but it's not going to be that easy with Lumberton firing back at them. Popped up right in front of the backboard, deflected aside, and some decent defense from Pine Forest, keeping Lumberton away from holding onto possession on their half for a bit too long. It's been an interesting situation. I keep getting distracted by the sound of one of the boosts that these players have.
It's just screaming, just ah! It's like,
I thought it's like, is there a bird outside or something? No.
It sounds like a parrot having most of its tail feathers just ripped out by force, or just a balloon losing some helium rapidly. I think it's fireworks, which
That's what it is, yep.
Yeah. Shout out, my cat's already not loving the sound of it when it comes to July 4th, but we're still going to see explosions. What? Oh, it hits both posts somehow. Lumberton gets away with it. An elongation of this possession is 0-second time. They're calling for TikTok lags, and they just let it hit the ground.
Oh, unfortunate there. Maybe they did lag IRL and they weren't expecting that shot to come up for them because it was an open lane of entry for the most part into the back of the Lumberton net. But now we're in OT. Best way to start off these finals is an overtime that almost ended as quickly as it started. Will somehow fizzle out on the orange half. Lumberton counting their lucky stars on Champions Field here, trying to see if they can keep the pressure going for themselves, but not going to be as easy as they were hoping. A just simple shot from Lags, and the defense seem to be the ones lagging that time.
Sometimes the simplest shot is the one that catches you off guard, expecting maybe just a little bit more, and perhaps there were some expectations that the initial defender would get at least a piece of it. Instead, it's going to be Pine Forest. They take game number 1. And it felt like for the majority of that game there, Vaudable, that they just kind of poked and prodded from distance. A couple of mistakes ended up letting them through. Lumberton was far and wide the more aggressive squad, but aggression is not what wins the day.
Aggressive, unless you're talking about Tower Spies. 8 shots, 2 demos,
okay,
and an assist. I mean, that is all the pressure you could ask for from an individual player. Of course, Sway doing everything as far as shots are concerned for their team specifically, so we'll have to see what happens. Sorry, I had to move my cat off frame because I tried to scratch the monitor.
You need cat cam.
Yeah, I need one of those, but still. Pine Forest, they came out with the win there. They were down early in the first minute, and this just goes to show why they were the #1 seed going into this playoff bracket and what we can probably expect from them for the remainder of the series. So pretty close for that one. Lumberton, I wouldn't be surprised if they could take a game or not.
Yeah, and honestly, when I see the shooting differences there, it was so surprising. I think we saw about 13 to 15 shots to just the 5 out of Lumberton, but it felt like they were traveling a lot more often, and yet maybe those were just all of boomer years in my head. We go to game number 2. Lumberton did strike first. Got to see them set the pace here early. It didn't seem like they were too imbalanced dealing with Pine Forest, but Pine Forest is going to really try to weaponize some of this physicality as they play this one from the midfield.
Pine Forest able to put on all those shots. We saw 10 saves in total from Lumberton, so it was a completely different story in that second half. I think the majority of those shots came for Pine Forest in that second half after they were finally able to get that first goal, open the floodgates a little bit as far as pressure goes on offense, and it was a completely different story for them then and there. So Lumberton, if they can form the narrative of their own and make history be theirs, then that might be exactly what they need to get things started off strong in game 2. They can get this goal here, but no, they keep getting denied by the woodwork.
Woodwork, it's creaking, and Ironsides is shrieking, much like whoever in the world has decided to make it July 4th very early here. A little bit of time before we get to that summer. Looking for the redirect, 9-10 fair off the top shelf. Of course, you feed it to the fairy. They make magic happen.
Beautiful aerial masterclass from them. Get the read from the setup from Tower Spies, and that was an amazing 1-2 punch from Pine Forest to kind of give a little bit of a jab to Lumberton's defense and make them be unaware where the shot is coming from initially. As it came from deep in the Pine Forest half to set up that shot initially. So need more where that came from for Pine Forest if they want to catch Lumberton off guard like they did in OT of the last game.
Just sometimes simplistic and sometimes just quickly drawn up. That is actually a great takeaway as Sway was there to challenge, and that's going to be a feed nearly banked in. Good investment off of that turnaround, and they're going to challenge early one more time. It's just been kind of long ball kicks. We've not seen a collective 1-2 punch situation, and even when Sway had him dead to rights, that is a great read by Lags.
Amazing reads happening here by both of these teams. I mean, the defense trying to do everything that they can. That should have been the goal for Pine Forest. I don't know how it wasn't, but the demo cleared the way yet again. We saw 4 demos from Pine Forest in the last game, only 1 for Lumberton. So that might have been a big difference maker for them to finally get past that stalwart defense that made those 10 saves that we saw in the previous game. But this is a whole different ball game. Still 1-0 scoreline for Pine Forest. They have the lead in this game and were able to get it for OT like the last time. So we'll see what Lumberton can do to answer back. They need to get a connection there, and that could have been a tying goal for them.
If that demo sweep nature that we've seen a lot more by Pine Forest is the proper meta, I am so glad that I'm sticking to 2s. I cannot deal with having too much of that before I'm just going to throw the controller away. But you know what? It's time to just go back to Dave the Diver. Much more chill game. Lumberton, they do at least get 1 single bump, but they're not finding the same effectivity of destruction that Pine Forest is able to get. This one from all the way back corner, and there's tons of time. Look how much space they're surrendering, but maybe it's to try and let Pine Forest creep up before Lumberton starts their attack. They've had a few get into enemy territory, but they've not been able to fight each other in the same.
Pine Forest, less than half the game to go, strongly holding on to this lead as best as they can, and keeping Lumberton stuck in their half for the most part. Only 2 shots from Sway compared to the 5 we saw in the previous game with the 2 goals as well. So I think focusing on Sway has been a priority for them as far as coverage and demos go, and that's been a good work for them specifically. But as I say that, Sway breaks past everyone and gets that goal.
Look how far up everyone was. You actually had this double commit right there, and it was the single touch. Sway knew the read, and they know they could be a hero for the squad out of Lumberton if they could get that touch. Then everyone went scrambling back. There was no one within reach of Sway. So you're talking about them isolating him, but if they put the extra efforts to get onto one player, it can be detrimental, just like we saw.
Pine Forest looking pretty good for the most part in this game, but Lumberton with Sway leading the charge, doing everything that they can to keep it close between these two squads. But as I say that, Tower Spies, who has been putting up an MVP supporting performance, able to put on a goal of their own, just catching the defense lacking here.
I believe that was Asvo that .exe not found as they went just kind of flying away from that shot, and that's really been the death knell here for Lumberton. They've been pretty clean consistently in the midfield, but when it goes to that back third, you got to really shore up the defensive position. Sway can do a lot of things as long as they're confident with their teammates, and if this is all of a prequel to what's going to be going into the regionals, of course it's for seeding, but you have to be prepared to take on both sides of the pitch against one of your greater opponents, especially in your conference.
Tower Spy, a GC1, you can definitely see that kind of skill coming from them. That might be updated because these were the ranks we got submitted when they registered for VESL this past season, but still pretty high ranks from what we've seen for some of the other conferences out there, and leading the charge for a good reason, being in one of the higher ranks of Rocket League. Of course, not at the top for SSL, but yeah, few and far between for those players, but you'll see in some of the other finals as well here, Monkey Man, that we got the level up in competition that we were hoping for between seasons.
I mean, that's all you can hope for too, because you have to inject that motivation into students to want to be able to improve. They're gonna do it anyway, but you know what? Now there's some stakes at hand, and not just the bragging rights. For a few more seconds, all of one more try, but that one will drop into open green grass, which means we open up a 2-0 position for a possible sweep. Pine Forest on the precipice of kicking Lumberton to at least the lower seed of this, but a much more even shooting affair at minimum. But I mean, just look at the 7 demos on the side of Pine Forest.
Wow. I mean, those demos are a huge difference maker when a game is this close, and that's been such a big issue for the opponents to really deal with here. So we'll see what can happen going into this potential final game for Lumberton. If they can turn things around, getting that first goal, as always, is going to be the biggest thing here. And Sway, looking at the ranks, GC3, one of the earlier registrants for their school there out of Lumberton. So, I mean, they've got some great players from their school, a lot of Rocket League players on their roster that have interest in the game. So even if things don't go well this semester, there's always next season too in the fall for some of these players to try and, you know, take back the glory that we are seeing here from Lumberton. But still, Lumberton giving it their all. Sway, of course, the highest rank, I think, in the lobby, doing everything that they can to try and get this victory. But there's only so much you can do when you're facing a team who is demoing you that much.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, high school is not collegiate. There's not recruiting. At least there's not supposed to be. That's supposed to be integrity out there, guys. But you know, you can build your programs into kind of what you got and what kind of student population that you do have. And both these teams have been able to really build off the talent they got, even if this ends up kind of not in the greatest performance or at least outcome for Lumberton. They have been able to do swift work through this bracket from quarters to semis and really making a statement about how they're coming out from that main season into this now regional berth. And they would love to come out with a bit of, you know, trash talk and feeling good over Pine Forest, but I feel like we could be seeing a replay of this going into regionals too.
I would not be surprised how the regionals are going to go down for these teams. I mean, there's so many good squads out there with individual players that are going to be major stars and potentially be recruited even for, depending on what grade they are, of course, for colleges out there with their collegiate programs. I mean, there's like a big college land going on this weekend.
Yep.
There's so much stuff that is happening in the college space and continuing to grow for not just Rocket League, but other titles that are out there. So a lot to look forward for. But we are seeing some early shots from Pine Forest. I don't know how that was saved, but Lumberton, again, able to get that away. And the defense of Lumberton has been what has kept this game in this series so close.
Trying to chuck it into the Lumberton bucket as that went to the internal post, and I thought it was going to curve around it and just bank on in, but instead they made that read. Sway on the adjustment as they're trying to kind of slow hip shot these instead. And again, another demo. There goes Asvo as they get taken off the pitch and they call for reinforcements. Sway just kind of caught out in no man's land, looking to support, and they have to see Tower Spy screaming past them. A scary sight, and still to get the pinch clear.
Pine Forest Minute and 20 already gone in this game as well. And they are looking to try and close things out, but it's not going to be that easy. GXTZLL taking that goal. Sway, that was a beautiful setup. Was hoping to get the finish themselves, but that's the backup support you need from your teammates to get these victories.
I mean, someone's got to crash straight dead center. If that ball is anywhere near the stripes, I don't care if there's 2 cars. As long as you have someone that's covering that back third, risk it. Send the 50-50. Just let physics be physics and see if you can be able to splatter on through. They, in fact, do find it. And Sway had the fantastic assist from off that sidewall position. So Pine Forest, knowing they really got to lock down Sway. Can't let them get in the way, because this is exactly what they're going to find right here on this payday.
Wow. Beautiful looks here from these players, but still, Lumberton, this is a beautiful bounce back as well. We were expecting big things from them coming into this third game, having to reverse sweep Pine Forest, but Pine Forest, we know they have the mental fortitude, even when down, to pull it out. We saw it happen in game 1. 2-goal lead, you would think normally that's enough. You don't have to worry too much after that. Pine Forest, they're gonna fight tooth and nail for everything.
I've been educated in recency, not just with hockey, but with Rocket League, that 2-goal leads are the most dangerous thing on earth. They are never a sure thing. And we get to see if Lumberton maybe can prove us wrong. There's going to be a deleted member there from Lumberton. Otherwise, I think the follow-up would have been shoring up a possible 3rd goal. And instead, Pine Forest can breathe easy for the moment. Nice chip shot. TikTok is trying to be able to bring it out from the corner, and 910 Fairy just waiting on the defense to respond. They were very much on their toes, on the approach, and then on this recoil. What a save, getting out of there by Getz.
Woo. Beautiful looks from Lumberton to keep this at the 2-0 lead. Pine Forest giving it their all. It still hasn't proven to be enough, and 910 Fairy, Tower Spies, flags. There's so many different options they can go for to try and get at least a goal on the board, and that would have been beautiful from Tower Spies. GC1 on their squad, potentially higher ranked now after the season has started. I wish I could rank up that much, but still, that's why we're here watching, Monkey Man.
You know what? We were once grinders, and now we're just out here promoting for the grinders.
Exactly.
We never have enough time, so we just get to watch video games happen in real time. But with 100 seconds approaching, Lumberton is in a fantastic position. Just need to be able to keep this one balanced, not overcommit. I'm seeing some of these rotations start to really squeeze in on each other. Notice how they have no one challenging out here for Tower Spies. He can get this demo for free. They did have someone to back him up at least, but there's an extension on this effort as well. Great flip reset by Lags, as now they're looking upfield for some pressure.
Liking the mechanics we're seeing from Pine Forest. It might be enough for them to get something going through, but nobody got a connection in front of the box. I don't know how. It goes the other direction as well. Somehow bouncing in front of the net. That needed to be a finish for Sway, but no boost in the tank. This might be a finish here. Instead, off the backboard. There's a touch from deep, but still not going through. 1 minute remaining. 2 goals down. Makes that one, though. Lags another shot. The defense does not expect. They've been so good at these high-octane plays, blocking those, but these shots that come from tough angles, they aren't ready for it.
It's the high-pace play versus the knuckleball. I can't hit a knuckleball to save my life, but throw a fastball, yeah, I'm going to make a connection every single time. Well, maybe that's just too much time in the batting cages and the robot put in the same spot each and every single time. But you have to know repetitions, even if it's slow. Lumberton, they had the 2-0 and just need to secure it for this last 40 seconds. Only up 1, no insurance left. The premium too high now. That's going to be Asvo upfield. That's a free look. That becomes a quick kick in the other direction.
Less than 30 seconds to go. Pine Forest able to put one through, and who else but Tower Spies breaking it through the wall of defense from Lumberton. The lumber has all been diminished. They have no resources left to keep that wall supplied, and they need to find something else to work on, and that has to be a goal to get this game win and keep them alive in this final.
Me every single time. I think I chopped down enough trees in Minecraft, and then suddenly it's all dirt, baby. 20 seconds to go. Can Sway find anything as they deeply entrench themselves into this offensive half? But no, it's just a quick succession of touches. You actually have a move all the way up. 910 Fairy did not get the corner boost. Does this end in OT, or does this go through regulation? It's going to have to be Tower Spies that defends well. They could have one last touch. 910 Ferry gets challenged. They're going to let that one hit grass. Asvo could be turned around. They're being bumped by their team, just looking for a 360.
Another OT. We had one in game 1. We had a 1-goal game in game 2, and now we have another OT that was almost ended there, somehow saved off the crossbar, pinching it and getting it away. Tower Spies looking to fake out the defense, bake them out from their side, but still Lumberton giving it their all. Sway takes out one, can't get it past the second, was hoping for that one back, but will have to get back to their side as quickly as they can to keep them alive.
Down, looking for a chance at it. It will be another slow lob. Just slow it down. And Pine Forest, apparently that's the solution. Don't go fast. Don't go too quick. Lumberton can't see it if it doesn't look like it's moving.
There were so many moments of greatness from both of these teams. Lumberton, I felt like they were so close to being able to keep up with the pace of their opponents, but just simple mistakes. That repetition you're talking about, Monkey Man, is all that I feel like they need to work on between now and regionals, and they'll be looking that much stronger and that much more confident. I'm sure the coaches there at VESL for these squads will be taking a look at the replays, making sure that they're like, okay, for this matchup and for future matchups, this is what we need to work on. This is what we need to iterate on. Here's some training packs we can do as well and improve from this performance. But this performance in itself, it was a 3-0 sweep for Pine Forest, but it did not seem like that would be the case. The Forest overcomes the Lumber here and takes out the other squad. But Pine Forest, I mean, a great victory in all rights, especially after being down 0-2 in that third game and still winning it in OT. It's crazy.
Honestly, that's a gut check, and that shows resiliency. They're gonna need in a big playoff motion because I mean, when you go to the lands, when you go to the regionals, it's there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of players, a lot of students, a lot of faces that'll be going around. So you can do this on an online sphere. You confirm your conference ticket, but when it comes to the actual big regional LAN, that's a whole different ball game. And just like you said, if the coaches can simply get Lumberton in practiced uncomfortable spaces, be it off-pace play or just these weird off-angle play, they'll be able to recover so well because this was a 3-0, but it was anything but. And I can't wait to see maybe this rivalry flourish going forward.
Well, we'll be taking our first break of the evening. We'll be back with some more finals action after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL Conference Playoff Finals for Rocket League. We are now moving on into the Northeastern Conference with Currituck County versus Edgecombe Early College. Currituck County just got a quick victory against Southwich Edgecombe. What was the record there for that matchup here, Hell Monkey Man?
I believe it was a 3-0. It was Currituck County that had waited on Southwest. Their matchup went 3-1 over JP Knapp. So then they turned it into a speed run. They're like, hey, welcome to the semifinals. You're not making regionals. So then they quickly took them down 3-0. Gotcha. On the other side, it was a game 4 situation, much the same. Edgecombe Early, they hung out and they were able to take down DH Conley. So now these are the two that are seeding themselves going into, I believe they're going to go, which one? Yeah, the Charlotte Regional. So another qualification match.
Edgecombe Early College looked like they came from the quarterfinals too. So they've been making the run. They didn't have a bye into the semifinals. They instead just proved their mettle and might over the rest of the competition to get to the regionals and those grand finals. So excuse me, had the hiccups there for a second.
So good.
But Currituck County and Edgecombe Early College, this is going to be an interesting matchup too, because this will be a live best of 5. So a lot of matches before, we've had different scenarios going on for this, but this will be happening live in front of your faces for this matchup specifically. So it's going to be an interesting one to see who's going to come out top. We have no idea how this one's going to go down, Monkey Man.
Not one bit, and we're just going to be getting all this set and prepped and ready. I think the biggest thing that I get to see, especially, we got to see a lot of regionals in the fall, and of course, big states from fall, and now everyone trying to go to that collision course to late May, and Mayday, everyone is kind of live and loud, is how much of the program support we get for each of these schools. They roll deep, be it Smash, Valorant, Overwatch, Rocket League, like all these teams. There is so much crazy support. We saw a Fortnite. I saw like a
season as well for Currituck County, and they were doing the best they can. You got a little bit of a preview of us for a second there. Hello. But we have for Kiwi a Champ 1, Salty 1, a Champ 2, and I'm assuming that Green Lobster is the diamond that is registered for their school. So decent roster here for Currituck County. I'll get the actual specifics for Edgecombe Early College in a moment as well, but still, I mean, the level of competition for this season compared to previous seasons for VESL, as I was talking about in the last series, Monkey Man, has just gotten so much better. And I feel like so many younger players are getting into Rocket League earlier and earlier on that the skill ceiling and the skill level of these early colleges and high schools is just on another level, especially with shots like that.
Yeah, it's making it far more difficult to just say that you can run the roost. When we had kind of season 0 into season 1, whenever this revolved all around one single county over in CMS, that one was like, okay, all right, they're pretty decent, but how decent are you? You expand it to the state, suddenly everyone wants to show up and get better. They're like, okay, it's not just CMS, it's the rest of us too. Salty 1, with a setup, and they're gonna be able to crash it low. Kiwi, which that's the most PC way to spell Kiwi, as they bring it through. We'll have the first one for Currituck.
Ooh, Salty 1 with a perfect setup there too, clearing things out. All of the defense of Edgecombe Early College kind of overcommitted on that play to make it a bit more difficult for that shot to come through initially, but if they could have had one player get a challenge on the 50-50, would have prevented the shot from even coming towards the net. So now they're trying to turn things up a notch on offense, not focus on defense too much, and this might be the way for Edgecombe Early College to change things up.
Oh, you're going to have a great defensive effort. Actually, Kiwi's going to be able to counterplay it, and what looked like a done and dusted effort ends up turning right around the first 99 seconds, and this is going to be one that goes through for Currituck from a distance. That was so close to just being a tied 1-1 position.
Crazy showcase so far from Currituck County, and I mentioned seeing these players before, and this is a reason we saw them do pretty decent in the regular season last year, and also, I believe, making their way to the regionals. So we'll see how far they can push their mettle to the test throughout this best-of-5 series against Edgecombe Early College. But 2-0 lead in the first 2 minutes, a strong start for sure.
Edgecombe Early College, I'm not quite sure what their mascot is, but it looks like a land shark. And I want them to start getting that dorsal up and swimming fast, because it seems like they're at least going down fast off of some of these counter plays. That's a free net, and that's going to be another one sunk through. Salty one finds the defense collaborating just a bit too long here in the corner.
Beautiful look there for Salty One again. Edgecombe Early College doing everything possible defensively, but it seems to be a mismatch of classings when it comes to the aerial power from Currituck County.
And well, you can also see things slow down. Best of 5 lends itself to having crazy game ones. Same thing can be said for the first couple of games in best of 7. So if you're ever going to let a game go, let it be the first one. Or Edgecombe just needs to stabilize. Sean's going to find a kick, and Green Lobster is just going to find themselves in a better position. Off the sidewall, someone better be crashing through, and that's going to be a nice find by Spirals. The problem, though, is that they've really not gotten rid of that defender. We saw so much of the demo game, so much physicality in a previous series. Got to think they're going to look to weaponize some of that here soon, but they also got to get a bit quicker because they're losing it from the midfield. Look at that 1-2.
Already past the halfway point with these 3 goals. Currituck County, they really don't need to push the issue too much on offense. Maintain the status quo as best they can and keep Edgecombe Early College at bay. At the midfield would be the best bet for them, but a great look from Spirals to try and put that through. Still no luck from Edgecombe Early College. The demos, though, we talked about how crucial those were in the previous series. Well, now they're becoming even more crucial for Edgecombe Early College to try and get their first goal.
They're looking for impactful demos and bumps. You can't just errantly go and find one and think it's going to add to the stat sheet in a good way. It has to be in transition to be a translation for success. Last 90 seconds, Currituck County's done the damage early in Edgecombe Early College. They've done it a little bit lately, but without getting on the board. Kiwis chasing down. I believe that was Fire God. Did not want them to be firing on all cylinders in the corner. But 72nd is approaching here. Vaudeville. Currituck just needs to keep, they don't need to completely boom it away, but just, kind of just press out Edgecombe for the remainder of this game.
We'll see if they can do that, as there is still plenty of time for 3 goals to be scored by Edgecombe Early College. But again, from what we've seen skill-wise between these two teams, Currituck County, another level, it seems, for the most part. And that has been the difference maker for them. But Sean doing everything possible, but no, that is unfortunate. Nobody home to stop the shot from Green Lobster going in.
That's the second time that's happened. That, just at the precipice of greatness, and then a counterplay the other direction. And that looks about like me whenever I dump it off into the box. I'm like, all right, someone's got it, right? No, the answer is always no. It's always winter here. 45 seconds to go. Currituck, they've got 4, and they've simply got to hold on. Floor pinch, though, by Spirals. That's something to build upon.
Huge one there from Spirals. Is it Spirals or Spiralis? That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, that sounds like a really cool name. Yeah,
it does sound like a cool name. I'm going to say Spiralis now.
Okay, all right.
Cooler. Yeah. But still, 4-1, 40 seconds. Edgecombe Early College doing everything that they can, and a cool name with a cool goal is all you can say there.
You know what? Just give it that Spanish flair, that Spirales. He's trying to do it again, by the way, as Fire God. Don't let this roll through. No, please, no.
Oh, no.
All the way. It's never just a single shot. It's when the ball is so close to Currituck County's goal line. Apparently, that's the winning factor to then get it. That's the 3rd time it's gone the length of the pitch for a score.
Well, we'll have to see what Edgecombe Early College can do in the next game. Down by this many goals makes it difficult to come back. Looking at the ranks, though, GC1 for Spiralis, C2 for Sean, and I believe Diamond for Fire God. So pretty decent ranks, close to the ranks of their opponents as well, but I feel like a lot of it just has to come down to maybe more experience on the rotations between these two squads. Really led to the win in Game 1 for Currituck County.
If you're ever, in the diamond sphere and you feel like there's one of 2 pathways to choose. You can do both, but it's really the split up, as we see Salty really come out on top, get that hat trick, and get 100% for their shooting. But it's either mechs or it's game sense and rotations. And the latter really benefits the team. The former is more to you and what you can do kind of individually for some of that play. If you're trying to weaponize both, and maybe you do have that kind of that rank stretch like a little bit, the comms have to be online. And then that's where you have the battlefield management from your higher rank, getting them opportunities, and you simply fitting in to make sure that they stay hot on the pitch.
Not too many demos in this game as I expected compared to the last series as well. Only 2 from Currituck County and 1 from Edgecombe Early College. Salty One really leading the charge for their squad. I mean, having all the stats except demos. 3 goals, 2 assists, 3 shots, and 2 saves. Doing it all for their squad. But Spiralis, as we were talking about, having the majority of the aggression for their team as the highest ranked player on that squad. But there's only so much you can do when you're facing that much oppression. And the rotation not really working out as we were hoping it would for their team initially. So hopefully Fire God can really find their pacing with this rotation here. Same for Sean. And Spiralis can do everything necessary to get the victory for them as far as goals are concerned. They got 1, but it took a little bit too long for them to actually get that to go forward, to have even enough competition to try and make a case for them winning that first game. So going to game 2, that's going to be the big difference maker here, is if we do see Spiralis doing everything necessary from Edgecombe Early College to get this forward.
Kind of a difficulty. We talk about going from the online sphere into the LAN sphere, but you're also changing from just your own county of competition into a full state of competition, at least for whenever you're looking at regionals, and then you move over up into the full state. So there's a lot of players that you may not get a lot of looks at for a good amount of time. So they're going to have to take these repetitions when they get them. And Sean finally bangs one through as Edgecombe with an early lead.
Nice one from Sean. His counterattacks are huge for both of these teams. If you're out of position, you see the opportunity, all it's going to take is being accurate and putting it towards that open net. I'm also liking the, what was it, the most recent LAN decals these players are rocking. Pretty dope. Okay.
The Copenhagen decals?
Yeah, that's what it was.
I want, they haven't put out the London ones yet, right? I'm sure they're going to have one. Yeah.
Hopefully they do.
Yeah, I had 1,000 credits laying around, and I got the Copenhagen one. I'm wondering if I'm going to have any FOMO for the London one. Maybe finally forcing my hand to buy something. Spiralis, now that you've got me saying it, I'm going to go all in with it.
It's so cool.
It's either Spiral Easy, Spirals, or Spiralis, and the last one feels like a superhero, so I want to stick with it.
Miles Spiralis.
Oh!
And speaking of a superhero, swinging in and getting that through, saving the day for their team before a 2-0 lead here, making sure that Currituck County can't do anything to stop them.
That is a fantastic leap, too. This is something that was missing. Kiwi was kind of the early showcase, as well as Salty One for Currituck, but Spiralis was really coming into their own stride, and that's what really can be weaponized, even if it's just solo plays. Sean from off the near side post, and look how they're trying to just bully Spiralis. They don't want to have another one. You gotta watch out for Sean, though. Don't triple commit on one player.
Oh my goodness, Edgecombe Early College, completely different game than we saw in the last one. Beautiful look from them. Currituck County, we'll see what they can do to bounce back. They looked strong in the first game, but the second game a completely different Edgecombe Early College than what we saw before. And Sean got that first goal, looking for a setup here. Good defensive effort on the goal line. Demo came a little bit too late.
Big punch, crossbar, down skis, crash that gate. Spiralis ends up being there alongside Sean for a handshake and high five moment. But look how there was a nice bump onto the second man and just kind of an errant jump. I believe that was Green Lobster, just sitting at the near side post. They didn't know really what to do when it came careening towards their net. And they were just off angle and off position, but not ready for the pace of it. So yeah, a completely different definition. And it's been 3-0 in just the first 2 minutes.
First 2 minutes. It's crazy to see how many goals have gone through for Edgecombe Early College, where they struggled to even get a single one in that last game. But Currituck County, they maybe spent all the energy that they had so early on in this series in game 1 with the 5 goals we saw from them, that they can't get a single one so far. Again, they still do have a little bit over half of a game to go, so plenty of chances for them to do anything here. But Spiralis with another goal here, 4-0. They are just changing the pace and their fate throughout this best of 5 series.
That is a hat trick by good old Spiralis. 4-0 against Currituck County that seemed to snuff out the life of this Edgecombe squad in game number 1. But, you know, game 1s start the tone. but trends begin in game 2, a true defining moment. And look how everyone for Kurtuk, even off of the kickoff rip and with full tanks, is just on the floor. That is not what you want to see. Coach probably already looking at the squad like, okay, whoa, where did our fire go? Because it's in the hands of Spiralis.
Wow, amazing performance so far in this game, leading the charge in the series, as I was talking about before. This is a high-ranked player, and just setting up these plays for themselves is huge. They could potentially get them this victory. 5-0 currently, 2:15 on the clock, and it doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon.
This definitely looks like the guy at the cricket match with his hands on hips. Just like, what? Just disappointed look. .jpg. So 2 minutes to go. Kurtuk down in the 5-0 hole, and hey, you crashed through Green Lobster. This is the kind of tracking we got to get. Close in that space. Don't let them rotate for free, and maybe find one big pinch. Spiralis, they came off of the noob killer, which is that near side post curve, and hey, you get one.
Kurtuk County, I mean, with the amount of goals that Edgecombe were able to put out in the last 3 minutes, Kurtuk County, it is potential for them to be able to catch up, especially after the goals we saw in that last series. So we'll see what they can do here. In last game, excuse me, not series specifically, but still, probably in the last series as well, they were able to put up a lot of goals with the 3-0 we saw from them. Still, Spiralis doing everything necessary with no boost, keep this progressing down the field and keep their lead as strong as it can be. Shoring up the issues in the rotation, as we were talking about, is the biggest mistake, or the biggest issue that we saw in the last game, and they were able to change their fate again in this one specifically. Edgecombe Early College, if they can keep this up throughout the rest of the series, Monkey Man, they might be able to win this.
Very much so. I'm kind of looking for anything you can do, I can do better, and so far, that's exactly what's happened in game number 2. I've seen a couple connection points on some of these passes from Kurtuk here in the last, I don't know, minute or so of play that looked really promising, and it's when they can finally get open space. But the problem is responding to the swiftness at which Spiralis wanted to take the tempo of this game and force them to have to chase after it. Kurtuk has not been able to find open grass that they can really manipulate for these passes, and that's really what's been lacking. Green Lobster had one good challenge and got a goal from it, but look how they're already priming themselves up. It just seems that they're just maybe a step too far, a little out of sync.
30 seconds to go here for Edgecombe Early College to lock in this victory, and basically have done just that. Maybe they can get one go-home goal for this game. Kurtuk County, though, be big if they can get something going for themselves, change their fate a little bit in this series, get at least 2 for the road. These last few seconds would be nice. Spiralis doing everything necessary to shut them down before they can even get anything started into the next game, as it's off the backboard. Looked like it could have potentially gone underneath the crossbar, but won't be enough for them to do anything here.
Iwi just looking to put one more spiral in the Spiralis sentence. That's a turtle. That's not a shark. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. All right, cool. I'm being educated in real time. But Spiralis, 4 for 7, more than 50% from the field. You had more demos as well. Honestly, all of the stack columns, even assists, and even just a little short on saves. Really a dominant performance over Kurtuk County. So we go dead even, we go from BO3 to BO5, and we shorten this series just by a little bit.
We'll see what these two teams can do to get the edge over top of each other in this next game. Will it be Edgecombe Early College? Will it be Kurtuk County moving forward with just fervor that we didn't see in this game specifically? We saw it in game 1. They had all the initiative. Kiwi starting things off strong. Salty one with like almost 100% goal participation. It set that last one. So we'll have to see what we can do here moving forward. Edgecombe Early College, though, Spiralis, just keep doing what you're doing, and that's all you're going to need. I think it's when we started pronouncing their name as Spiralis, that's when the switch was flipped. And that's exactly when they donned the mask, became the superhero we knew they could be, and led their team to victory in Game 2. So that's what their name is now. Maybe if it's not, that's what we're dubbing it for now.
So now it's up to Kurtuk County to go on the villain arc. Are they going to be Doc Ock and lay all 8 of these robot hands onto Spiralis, cut short the web-slinging disaster man out there? Or will Spiralis be able to just go interdimensional and find every typical or non-typical spider-based hero they can find? First 15 seconds it's got to be Currituck that just really doesn't allow Spiralis just to find their form, because when they did, it was unstoppable.
The first 30 seconds already almost had a goal for Currituck County. Would have been huge if they could get that going for them. Drop down right in front of the box. That's going to be a goal for Kiwi. Perfect setup by their teammate. Get them to start off strong. Green Lobster, maybe Radioactive Lobster here. That's their villain. He's going to set it up to Kiwi to get that through.
That would be a scary thing to find. I've been playing a lot of Fallout recently, so
that'd be some Fallout.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that'd be. Oh no, thank you. I don't want to see that in real life. I already saw the show. Looks so deadly. Kiwi, I thought, had gone out of season because I did not see them the entirety of game number 2. Game 3, I'm glad to see them already punching up. That is a good position for Currituck to get themselves into. Sean cannot be forgotten. They were the unsung hero, big support to help out Spiralis. They had a lot of great clears and just kind of overarching setups to make sure that they had chances. So got to see if they can continue to support into them. And off the floor, it's been a 50-50 ball right now.
First minute already gone here in Currituck County, trying to see what they can do to hold on to this lead. Comparatively to the last game, with a strong start for them, might be all they need to keep the momentum going forward, but we'll have to see how things continue.
Little jab from the outside, Green Lobster. Making sure to force Spiralis away from one wall to the next. They're going to have to retreat for some boost, and Sean is just kind of dropping a bomb into the backfield of Currituck. First 100 seconds, and that's going to be a lob right across the goal line. If that becomes a tendency, it could get well read by Edgecombe, could capitalize. It's going to be a toss into the opposite box, and it's been just kind of threatening from distance, just shaking a fist from behind the fence line.
2 minutes gone, and this is the least amount of goals we've seen at this point in time.
Oh yeah.
Massacres there for a moment, but I was pretty confident they'd be able to save that one. Thankfully for Edgecombe Early College, they were able to do just that. We need to see what Spiralis, Fire God, and Sean can really do to turn things up a notch. It was almost enough for them to do just that. A demo comes through right in front of the net. Need the follow through from somebody on this team. The blue side is not able to connect in time to get that through the back of the net.
I got a bit lucky. No one stepped up into that gap, and now it's up to Sean to really burn through their reserves and then hoist themselves onto the backboard and force Currituck County to think better of at least making that secondary attempt. There's not a lot of boost on this back line. Spiralis has the majority of it, and they're going to be the first one to go. They do at least find that opposite side corner off the spawn. And yeah, I think that you and I got spoiled with the games 1 and 2, having just lopsided high-scoring situations for either of these schools. But this has become a much more just kind of tedious and meticulous affair, especially for Edgecombe, who's getting slowly locked in by Currituck.
It's becoming such a back and forth between these two teams. I know we like to say that a lot as casters, but
yeah,
it just seems to be such a tug-of-war between these squads that one team gets the advantage for a second, almost able to get a goal, and then gets ripped away from them. The chances as they get pushed back in the sand and they have to get back on their feet. Edgecombe Early College trying desperately to hold on defensively, and Currituck County giving them their money's worth as far as shots towards their net are concerned. Saves coming up in loads from Edgecombe Early College, but they haven't been able to put on much pressure offensively, and that's a perfect touch. Salty one in the perfect position to stop that from going through. If there's a little bit more power, it would have been enough to be a goal.
It was a very swift succession because you had that undercut, and now it's gonna be Sean. Wasn't gonna stop the heat on that one as Kiwi just threw a screamer straight at him. Spiralis was hoping it would clean to the wall and instead bounce on out. Kiwi took advantage, and Sean, I mean, they were in the net, but that thing just had too much velocity.
1:06 on the clock now for these players. Currituck County doing everything necessary to get the lead in this series. We talked about how one team needed some change-up to make sure they can get the edge over their competition in this best of 5 for the finals. Again, $300 to the first place team and at the top seed coming out of your conference into regionals, depending on which one you go to. Edgecombe Early College, Currituck County. This is just a mirror almost of the first game, just a bit better of a rotational performance. Edgecombe Early College, that's why it hasn't ballooned to more than this 2-goal lead.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see the level that this is elevated to. Spirales, they were looking to cheat. The same thing that happened unto them, they wanted to happen much faster to the side of Kurutuk. That one came off, I believe, Salty One. Regardless, the defender ended up tossing it straight to the sidewall. So 26 seconds, that's a very winnable venture there, Vaudable. As Kurutuk, they did the 2 goals early, but Edgecomb's cut that in half. And if they can weaponize Spirales in this final 20 seconds, it could be curtains.
Less than 20 seconds ago, as you mentioned, there's a chance here for a shot. Goes off the wall. There's the fall through too. No, Sean, a little bit off the mark. Was expecting a challenge. Better 50-50 from Kurutuk County, but I guess you could count that as a fake. Nonetheless, right off the side wall. Could have been a shot into the back of the net from Spirales, but a bit off the mark. Need to work on those accuracy training packs afterwards, but regardless, it will be Kurutuk County getting it that second win for themselves and feeling a lot more confident in that game. Not as many shots as we have seen before from Salty One, but Kiwi really stepped it up.
Kiwi was MIA in game number 2. I'd have to say the majority of Kurutuk was in game number 2. And then they came out in force in game number 3 to now put Kurutuk County on match point, one step away from grabbing the top seed here in this conference, as well as from grabbing some extra, make it traveling money. Look, the concession stands aren't too expensive, but you know they'll buy at least 3 hot dogs if you get that amount of cash. So it will help them out over there, especially for regionals. But great position and a much tighter contest. That one, you were talking about being a tug of war in how they had footing in the sand. It did feel like there was extra push necessary to get both teams propelling upfield, and it was just Kurutuk that survived the last little bit of velocity coming from the side of Edgecombe.
Well, we'll have to see if Edgecombe can swing for the fences in this next game and push the issue into a game 5, or if it is going to be their opponents taking the victory here in a 3-1 fashion for this best of 5. Still a chance for Edgecombe Early College. They showcased that they have it in them still. When it comes down to the wire in that game, it just was a little too late. So we'll see if they can turn things around.
Game number 4. An early start by Edgecombe Early College with Spirales is just what the doctor ordered. You're really getting Sean on some uptick tempo, and you know what? It's starting to look like Kurutuk has a full gambit of players ready to run it down. Kiwi, really a beast back there. They grabbed 33% of their shots and turned them into the only 2 goals we got for Kurutuk in game number 3. Now they are aiming to control, but Fireguard just wants to keep this one upfield, give his teammates some time to think.
That time to think is now for Edgecombe Early College. Spirales so close for them to potentially get that opening goal. Would have been a huge boon for them moving forward in the remaining minutes of game 4. But it won't be that easy against Kurutuk County. Edgecombe Early College, they've had to face the music more times defensively and make crazy saves, but Kurutuk County proving that they are no slouches either defensively.
First minute comes and goes. Morales peeking beyond the veil. Kurutuk is starting to inch away from that goal line off that rotation. They're extending from beyond and into the stripes. Fireguard was hoping for a dribble play, maybe to bait one out, but the challenge comes through anyway. They overplay the first man. Second man is caught on his heels, and now Edgecombe, they could crash through. Oh, Fireguard goes screaming by. Unfortunately, they didn't find a connection, and near the second man. So that's Sean all alone on the island, but apparently no player is an island, and they'll be doing just fine. Salty One on a challenge, but Sean again, that's going to be their defensive anchor.
Edgecombe Early College looking desperate to get this first goal. They know how important it is against Kurutuk County and how strong of a lead they would need to take down the squad and force a game 5. There's a shot from Sean. Green Lobster, no follow-up, but there is plenty of time to get back to the defensive half for Edgecombe Early College against Kurutuk County here. First 2 minutes, not a single goal. The most time we have gone without a goal being scored.
It was not without trying. Salty One had to sneak on by and in front of Spirales before that redirect. Could have been deadly, because everyone had committed upfield for the Knights out of Kurutuk County. Kiwi looking to climb the ladders. A bit of a double commit. Green Lobster's going to take that midfield boost, and they're going to be that third man in approach. Kiwi's on the retreat. They're looking for corner instead. Fire God wants to move it around, wins a big 50-50, and still Kurutuk has all their forces at home. Now more than midway, this could get very sweaty. Could just be all of a 1-0 difference. before we find something just kind of break here. Edgecombe inching their way up. Currituck now having to deal with the fire.
2 minutes on the clock now, and still no goal being scored for either side. And the first 2 games was just a shootout between the 2 teams. The last 2 have been trying to see who can get the first edge over the competition. I know I keep going to edge because Edgecombe are the college, but still, they are trying desperately to hold on to everything that they can against Currituck County's side, doing everything necessary on offense, defensively, even with some of the openings. They're giving themselves enough space to get back in time, stop the shots from coming through, playing a bit more passive. And what we saw in the first 2 games are both these squads, because they know how important this best of 5 is and how important this game specifically is as well.
It's either wind in the sail or it's a finished novel. Trying to just see where this conference for the Northeastern Division will go. Currituck County now putting the works to Edgecombe Early College. All the boosts resting in one player, and that's Sean, as everything's getting dicey. Kiwi! They're going to be dicing them up and slicing them out at the goal line. Finally, something breaks.
Kiwi, with all the shots in the world and 2 goals in the last game, will be the one to shine, well, not really early, but the first one to shine in this game compared to the rest of their opponents. 1 goal, I don't feel like it's going to be enough here, Monkey Man, especially how close the series has been between these 2 squads. Yes, there has been 5-1s between both teams in the first 2 games, but it's been close regardless of that. They've gone back and forth with Currituck County leading the charge, looking to close things out in this series early. Edgecombe Early College, they want to make sure that they can graduate early themselves throughout this game 4 and make it to game 5.
Gotta apply some pressure. If you can't get around this defense, you gotta make sure there's no defense to have to get around. Spiralis! They see everyone from Currituck on their flat feet, straight on the grass. Sean forced them to get there, and that's a misread. Salty One ends up getting Goomba stopped by Green Lobster, and they capitalize to tie us up in game 4.
36 seconds on the clock, tied up, potential for our first overtime of the series. That would have been dangerous if Salty One got their hands on the ball. Less than 30 seconds now. It's Spiralis trying to make a miracle happen. Kiwi, miracle worker for Currituck County, will shut them down instead. Take things forward for their team. Salty One looking for any angle necessary, and Green Lobster as well. Salty One on at the back end, taking it away from Sean. Less than 10 seconds. Off the ceiling it goes, trying to get a connection somewhere for Edgecombe Early College. But it drops down right towards the floor. That's still up for some moment of time. We will go to OT here at Monkey Man.
Fire God had just gotten boost. From the ceiling, looking for the read. Oh, Spiralis trying for the early kill. What a defensive effort from Currituck in these just dramatic opening seconds of overtime, and they are still not out of harm's way. This is a dicey moment. They don't want to allow a game 5 to develop here, Vaudable.
No, they don't whatsoever. 25 seconds into OT. We saw 2 OTs in the first series of the day. We're getting blessed with another one here. Just goes to show how close the competition has become between these schools in VESL, North Carolina. Still, Salty One trying to be the difference maker for Currituck County, sending it to the center of the field, but nobody there. Instead, Fire God and Spiralis with some pressure mounting. A demo comes through. Kiwi maybe will be the one to shine yet again for Currituck County, but they got to get control of the ball and get it away from their side, and Salty One able to do just that.
This is Avengers Assemble type stuff from Spiralis. They are trying every sort of cameo to be able to be a feature in the goal line of Currituck. And they have challenged them down line, forced them to burn boost, and there's just not a lot. That's a team bump. Oh boy, I'm seeing some fire burner moments right here as it's Salty One all the way from distance. They turn it right around, find their own demo. They're not gonna half cut. They're gonna rely on Green Lobster on that touch. Kiwi for the kill shot, but no, they're just gonna bury it back to the corner. 90 seconds acquired here into overtime. Currituck wants to finish out this series, and Edgecombe just simply won't let them yet.
1-1 into the OT. Still almost half a game played in overtime as well, and almost a goal scored there by Edgecombe Early College to force this to game 5. Not going to happen just yet though. Currituck County doing everything necessary to keep it in their favor, that they can have a chance to close this thing out before they go to Game 5 Champions Field. And the regular Champions Field has been on this whole time.
It's a whole different Champions Field, I assure you. It's a completely different thing. But what a save by Spiralis! Kiwi looking for another putback shot. We're nearly an entire other half of Rocket League into this overtime. We've been 7.5 minutes now, as we've only got one goal apiece. Edgecombe Early College, they don't want to go down early, and they're going to have a quick bang. Does the defense find it? They will take away the opportunity. They're looking for the counterplay. Sean going to put it off to the wall, and there's got to be a lot of trust in this rotation. Some of these double commits could be troublesome. Currituck County, though, are cleaning it up. Looking to sweep the line. Another big save.
Over half a game gone, almost an entire game gone into OT. We might as well be in Game 5 here, Monkey Man. The way things are going between these two squads. Nonetheless, though, Currituck County, I'm just realizing having those decals makes it look like they're on the other team based on the color of their cars. Maybe that's strategy there. Still, Green Lobster with a shot going towards the other end. Spiralis with the save. Green Lobster could have been the one to rule the day. Currituck County, Kiwi also looking to be in season, as you were talking about. They weren't last time. They're back on the menu, and they are looking for an answer here for Salty One. No, it doesn't go through again, and we play on.
What in the world? That crossbar sold. What? That one's going to go backboard. Spiralis looking for a save. And 335 plus into OT now. Edgecombe Early College are surviving their own onslaught to have to deal with the Knights from Currituck County on the retreat. Kiwi is just going to backflip, force this one to bounce high, and Sean and Fire God getting linked up into the corner. Spiralis is going to force him to rotate, maybe have it. The kill! No! These crossbars are just way too much to overcome.
Goes the other direction, though, and this might be a chance right in front of the box for a second. A beautiful passing play, and there's a shot coming through, but two defenders in position for Edgecombe Early College. We'll go back to the midfield line for now, reset for a moment, but the boost meters for Edgecombe Early College in a dangerous position. The majority of the players, Spiralis the only one who has anything. The rest of them are on almost empty. Still, as it's going towards 5 minutes of overtime, Edgecombe Early College looking to close things out, but it will be stopped yet again. Sean with the shot, Green Lobster with the save, Salty One with the backup, and Kiwi with the rotation forward. At least keep it progressing into the blue half. Spiralis missing that one. Sean backing them up off the backboard, dropping dangerously in front of the net of Currituck County, but there won't be anyone in position to do anything there. And we are still at a stalemate here, Monkey Man, as we are going 5 seconds, dropping down for a second for that 5 minutes of overtime now.
We've got an entire other game, Game 5 plus now acquired here in game number 4 off the rip. Both these teams have been looking for moments, Vaudable, to just reset and find the calm, but the storm keeps going at Mach 5. Currituck County, they advance foot in front of the other. As Spiralis, no boost. They've been able to lead this team. One big challenge, Fireguard needs to catch up. It ends up going a bit wide of the post. They're gonna be able to find some boost. Who's crashing through? They're trying to get physical. They don't want to overcommit, so they're just sending one man from deep, and then what can they follow up with? This will fall into a dangerous position for Kiwi, but they take it pretty well in stride into a 1v2. They're having their back corner boost stolen from them as another counterplay, and look how far back both these teams are settling, taking these shots from distance.
Wow, 8 seconds till 6 minutes, but no, it'll be stopped here. We do go to Game 5. Sean stops the misery of this long OT for both these teams. Sets it up perfectly with Spiralis and Sean with the finish. We go to Game 5, and what a way to do it here.
It only took it was 6 seconds short of 11 minutes. Oh my gosh. Spiralis and Sean linking up for 17 shots.
Wow.
Between them for the side of Edgecombe Early. 9 shots for Currituck, but look at the 12. That's so many. Look at the demos too. This was a very active game. It had to be, because we basically played 2 of them.
We pretty much did, and now we're going into the actual Game 5 to see how things are going to progress into this final showdown in Champions Field Game 5, the actual Champions Field. The other ones weren't the actual Champions Field. That was just the map over top of what we were playing. But no, now we are actually going to Game 5 here to see how these teams are going to fare against each other. And honestly, I have no idea. Monkey Man, I have no idea who's going to take this.
It's become a 50-50. It looked like a sure thing whenever we saw game number 1. It really, we had Edgecombe Early College kind of in a rut, and then all of a sudden, as Currituck County just kind of stayed still on their wheels, Kiwi didn't exist. So did Salty One and Spiralis. As soon as we renamed them to their new hero moniker, they're like, "Whoa, I am awesome now!" And then they just started killing it. And then deep into that overtime, they were down 0-1. They went into a 1-1, and then it was nearly 6 minutes. 6 minutes of OT. I start just saying, just send it. But yeah, now a fresh coat of paint for all the scuffs and scratches we saw in all the previous forms of Champions Field. And Spiralis will fake them out in the first 4 seconds.
Beautiful look there from Edgecombe Early College to start off strong yet again. The demo coming through perfectly timed to clear the way, the path forward for Edgecombe Early College, keeping that momentum going after the long OT. Edgecombe Early College are here to win.
You got to think, Currituck County, this is actually a massive kind of gut check, especially going into your guaranteed a regional qualification spot. This is for seeding and for some cash and for some bragging rights coming out of the Northeastern Conference. But you have to be able to survive long OTs like that and then go into big land time. Look at what Salty One is doing. He's trying to get a spark back to his squad.
Salty One, beautiful look from them too. And we haven't really seen too much from Salty One since game 1. So this is a good look from them to lead the charge for the squad. Kiwi was feeling a lot more confident these last 2 games and got the majority of goals for them there. So nice to see them back in the driver's seat for their team, but off the backboard, Spiralis doing all that they can. Sean, who got the game-winning goal in OT, the best supporting player for Edgecombe Early College, and Fire God as well, doing some great work defensively, keeping these rotations flowing for this squad. All 3 players on both teams giving it their all to be the ultimate victors in this conference.
Gonna hold that banner high, represent the conference well as their team. There's going to be a convergence of talent whenever we go into these regionals and try to make it for that state championship late in deep May. Fire God, they didn't get to add to that shot total in the previous game, and that's going to be over the top. You said Salty One was missing? Well, here they are.
Perfect performance from them in this game 5, overcoming the odds and overcoming any challenge from Edgecombe Early College that they have been able to put up thus far. Game 5 on Champions Field. A little bit over a minute. It took such a long time for the first goal. We scored in that last game, but now we're back to the usual shooting gallery that we are expecting. High-flying shots over top of the defense when they are challenging, not pre-jumping early enough. Really high IQ plays from both sides, but Salty One seems to be the one who has the prosthetic vision to get the victory.
Crazy thing right now, Vaude, is that since it's just 2-1, we are well within reach of this possibly going into another OT. Depends on what Edgecombe can do. There's a lot of time left in this game. It feels like so much of it is ticked off the clock. But that's because we went from a mostly scoreless game number 4 into now 3 goals being racked and stacked between these 2 teams. Sean, over into the corner, has been the greatest facilitator to be able to get Spiralis confident upfield. That's another big demo in release. Green Lobster's not going to be there to support as Kiwi at least tests the goal line. They're finding a few bumps. They're putting them out of position. The only one that's got some boost is Sean, so he has to get that clear. They're not letting it through for free. Big demo, a slow creeper. Can they get it? No.
If that goal went through, that might have been all she wrote for Edgecombe Early College. But Currituck County, not going to be that easy for them to score yet again. Edgecombe Early College, you mentioned it, potential for an OT. I did not want to think about that potential after the last one we just saw, but Game 5 overtimes are the best overtimes in Rocket League.
They really are, except for Game 7s. We don't go to Game 9s because we refuse. Oh, what? Spiralis. All right, show me, cameraman. Where did we find this? Off the tip of the nose, outplaying Kiwi just a step too far.
No.
Oh, that's a rough read by Green Lobster, and so we're 2-2 at 2:22.
Perfect. Angel numbers coming through, and that's exactly what they need, is an angel in the outfield for them to do anything to get the victory here against either school. Edgecombe Early College, Currituck County, trying to see if anything can give them the one-up over their competition in this Game 5. And they've been fighting tooth and nail throughout the entire series, even going to that almost 6 minutes of overtime in the previous game. Edgecombe Early College, they don't want to have gone to that long of an OT and still fall in Game 5 right before the finish line, right before $300 for their team and the #1 seed, as well as the bragging rights, of course.
Ton of bragging rights. Hey, look, I'll brag about, you know, just being able to have a triple digit at the bowling alley. These guys, they're doing it in a big way here right before one of the biggest competitions they may see in their entire scholastic career. With less than 90 seconds to go, Currituck County bringing the hard rotation right on top of Edgecombe Early College, but still, they escaped just fine. They've weathered the storm, and now they're trying to weather down the Knights. They want a massive kick. Salty One has to get it past Fire God, but it ends up being Spiralis in support. Is it a feed? Just enough. No, a Grapevine doesn't have the math. Kiwi at least puts it off angle. We approach the minute mark here. Vaudable, it's anyone's guess and anyone's game.
Oh, I was hoping Salty One would be able to get that into a better position to clear out of their side, but instead Edgecombe Early College are giving them a run for their money offensively, making it so difficult for them to break out. Eventually they were able to do just that, but I feel like a lot of that was because Edgecombe Early College need to go back and get some boosts. They were boost starving as best they could, but maintaining their presence on the orange half offensively took a little bit too much out of them. That was almost a little bit too much out of the defense from Kiwi, right onto the crossbar, the best defender of the series, and there goes the post as well, the second best defender. What we've seen, Kiwi with a fake out though, can't get past the last defender.
So they can get right back into the works of it from distance, 15 seconds to go. Things are slowing down. That's not what you want if you're Edgecombe Early College. You gotta keep this one down in distance. Salty One drops a corner. This is gonna be sweaty for Sean. They pin it to the wall. Great challenge by Kiwi. He's looking for someone. He's looking for a win. Oh my God, Vaudable.
So close.
Oh, 1 extra second. We could have a different story, but the woulda, coulda, shoulda's left behind. Green Lobster trying to bring it to the sidewall for an immediate counter shot.
A miss defensively, and there comes the disruption defensively, and that's all it's going to take. 9 seconds. That's the 9 seconds we were missing at the last OT. You see it here. Kiwi going for the disruption, trying to bait out Sean, and Sean was trying to dodge the demo, but also get the save a little bit too far into the net to get there in time, and Currituck County will get the win in Game 5.
Craziness at the very end. If you can't stabilize that kind of that starter kit of OT the first like 10 to 12 seconds, then especially because you were just about to get knocked out when it came to maybe a moment before, then it's over. A great series overall between Edgecombe Early College and Currituck County, but it will be the Knights that end up finding the difference here. A 3-2 in that game, a 3-2 in the series. Ooh. What a heater series to come off of for the Northeastern Conference. That's beautiful showmanship right there.
We had a very close 3-game series and a very close 5-game series. Now I'm curious what this next series is going to be, and it's going to be the independent conference we'll be going to. My own conference, shout out to them. It is going to be North Carolina Cyber Academy facing off against Esports Legends. These are the 2 top teams who have made a name for themselves throughout the series, throughout the regular season, and both made it to regionals in Greensboro, looking to make their presence known. Dark on NCCA, TikTok legend there for Rocket League. Over, I think, 100,000 followers is crazy to think about. And then all the esports legend players have been grinding too. I think we have an SSL on one of those squads as well for esports legends from Stinky Bus. So those are players to look out for. I'm excited to see how this goes, but we do need to take a break here so that we can recuperate ourselves after that arduous series, because that was an amazing one there. We got to take a bit of a break, so we'll be back after this with the independent conference finals. Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL Conference Playoff Finals for Rocket League. I am the Independent Conference Director and one of your casters, Vaudable, here for the Independent Conference Finals with Hail Monkey Man. How you doing, Monkey Man?
You know what? We've already seen a couple of great series. I'm sure that as the independent director that you're going to have zero bias.
No bias.
But we've actually had some great talent out here, and it's been resulting in some great series. We had a 3-0 sweep, but that was so close. We had a 3-2 that had a nearly 6-minute overtime. I think everyone actually is really ramping up for these seeding matches as they're heading into these regionals, you know?
And that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see these teams giving it their all in these matches. $300 to the first place team, $100 per player on the main roster. So that's a big prize pool for just competing in the regular season and winning your conference playoffs. That's not even going to the live in-person event. Both these teams will be at Greensboro next weekend, so we get to see them again. I'll be actually there as one of the casters, so see you guys soon there as well. But regardless, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Both these teams are the top teams of the Independent Conference for a reason. They have really skilled players. Dark leading the charge for North Carolina Cyber Academy with Landy and Minty. And then on the other side, we have Sticky Bust, Kachow Kid, and we also have Jim UC. And this team here for Esports Legends, they have been grinding and working with their coach as long as they can to elevate themselves to try and contend with North Carolina Cyber Academy. They kept it close in their regular season games. I think there's like 1 goal differences for a couple of them, but they got 3-0 swept. So they want to change their fate here. They want to be the ultimate winners against the squad and see what they can do against this NCCA that has been so dominant the entire season.
If I've known anything about either of these squads, very involved students, not just with their own programs, but across this this competition phase as well. I've seen a lot of Dark in the chat, really kind of interactive when it came to a lot of the different teams. So I've seen them be uptick about, all right, like, hey, what's going on? I want to see who's doing what. And Stinky Bus, shout out Stinky Bus, one of my #1 fans. I'm a #1 fan of Stinky Bus. No bias at all. This kid has been so cool about just going to literally every kind of Rocket League that can be on the internet and really a lot of studying. Both these squads at the pro, amateur, scholastic levels, all around. I can't wait to be able to see what this best of 5 renders for us.
I got to put an announcement out in the server to let people know that this final is going on. But in the meantime, I'll let you all know that this is going to be an intense matchup, to say the least, between these squads. NC Cyber Academy doing everything that they can to have as many players represented and games represented at these regionals. They already were able to make it in for Valorant. They won it there. They're looking to win it here again. And YFG Minty looking really good already with that first goal.
Great touchback as well, and that's unfortunate because I think Jim UC was, I mean, they were in a slow position to be able to take it laterally, and they thought, okay, I can half flip transition with the ball out, and it was just, it's so that when you put the high five and then you say too slow, just kind of situation. So first 30 seconds, that's gonna be an early lead here for NC Cyber.
There we go. Announcement is out, so hopefully we'll get some more interest in this from the conference. Nonetheless, though, NC Cyber Academy with Minty getting that first goal. These players have been grinding with Coach Mittens, been doing everything that they can during the regular season to work together as a duo with Dark Wolf, or Red Dark Wolf, excuse me, and YMG Minty. And Dark specifically doing everything that they can to lead this team. I mean, they have such a strong following on TikTok. They're SSL themselves, and they know they don't have to do everything themselves because their teammates have been able to back them up throughout the series during this season.
Dude, you were talking about like submitting or putting the announcement out in the independent server. I just heard cheering in my house. What happened? I don't know what's going on upstairs. I didn't know there was that many people here. I really got to check on who's in this house sooner or later. But maybe they're all in your server. Something went down. Either way. It's still a maintain 1-0 score, and I will go hunt ghosts in a little bit. Maybe that's just a long woo in the form of a oh, but it's been some just kind of lobbed pressure as well as this one, Dark. Well, they bring the light, and they punch the second one through.
Nice one there from Dark too. Red Dark Wolves, I believe, is also Landy specifically, but we'll call it Red for now just to make it easier because there's a lot of darkness happening on this NC Cyber team. They're hacking the mainframe of Esports Legends defense, and they haven't really been able to do as much as they would like here in a game at number 1 in the first 2 minutes. But we talked about before, NC Cyber Academy are the top dogs in the independent conference for a reason. Double flip reset for Dark, really just trying to show up.
Not just that, but they had the inverted 360 in between both. So, you know, working for the extra TikTok clip at the midway mark forthcoming. That's going to be a ceiling reset. Stinky Bus keeps it pretty kosher on that adjustment, and they end up with a bump onto Minty instead of more handles onto the ball. So Dark, I mean, it could be clip worthy, it could just be style, but it really does add some panache as well as some, at least necessity for Esports Legends to have to read for a bit longer before they go on the counterplay. It is stalling them out. It's turning into a good tactic.
Great tactics from these players to make sure that they can give it their all to get the victory that is necessary game by game. Chow Kid with a shot a little bit wide from the net. Minty almost corrected it for them, but a great save nonetheless, as it was kept out of the box for long enough time for them to get a little bit of control. But as I say that, more pressure mounting for Esports Legends as they are trying to give it their all to make sure they can get that first goal on the board in this series.
Remember, we saw a very pendulum swinging style of momentum between both of our previous squads. That's an open net. Punch it on through. Minty, after this initial miss, it was a beat at the near side post. Jim UC couldn't get a handle on it. Dark just kind of threw it over to the side, and then it forced the defender to have to go for the touch. They didn't find it on the read, and that's just an easy third for here with NCC Academy.
NCCA giving it their all against Esports Legends, not holding back whatsoever with this power that they have in this matchup. Making their presence known, wanting that money to go home with, but also the #1 seed out of the independent conference as they go towards that Greensboro Regional next Saturday at UNCG. Nonetheless, though, the pressure from Esports Legends defensively trying to break through. NC Cyber Academy finally comes to a halt, but Stinky Bus couldn't get the connection they were looking for on that challenge, and might just have to go back to the drawing board, Monkey Man, in the next game.
It is feeling like this one is kind of crushed out, especially because Red is inferring even further darkness. Great extension here off of the backboard, looking for the double tap dunk, and Stinky Bus was actually in stellar position, but a twist from where and whence they came. That's going to be 4 up with 104 on the board. Esports Legends looks like they're just kind of caught, not ready at the starting line.
Could be warm-ups, could just be NC Cyber Academy are a rung above the competition with 6 shots, 3 goals now for a hat trick for Dark. Beautiful look from them to start out strong. Conference MVP potential if they do manage to come out on top in this series, but 5-0, 55 seconds. Esports Legends, you're probably thinking of the next game specifically, so we'll see how things go there moving forward for Esports Legends, but NC Cyber Academy, you got to give them the respect where it's due. We're seeing why they were undefeated during the regular season.
Considering that I've seen Dark play across a previous couple of seasons, and then seeing how tight it's been, the extension of their just prowess as well as their skill set, really finding an even higher level is so impressive. They get this one off of a 360 musty for, you know, reasons, and it's just, you know, especially at the midfield when they just find just easy looks, you can't give them this kind of free space. If there's anything to learn here, Vodable, you gotta shut down that kid right there going into game number 2, because this one's over.
That's the big thing. Gotta target Dark. But even with that, Minty and Red, Dark Wolves, have been doing everything necessary when Dark is being cornered and double committed on by Esports Legends and having 2 players go for bumps or anything, that they are still able to make the magic happen. And Dark has just such control of the ball in this game that it is hard to contest with unless you can meet them in the air, prevent them from holding onto the ball to pull out all the tricks of the trade that we've seen so far in game 1. But 6-0 will be potentially the final score unless we see one final more go through for Dark, and there it goes, 7-0 in game 1 with Esports Legends. Again, as I mentioned, when a game gets this far away from you, it's best to just put it in the back of your mind, move forward into the next one, and go from then on out.
The independent director has spooketh. And NCCA trying to make them proud as they find 1,100 points. Okay, Dark. Wow. All right. So your non-biased opinion, completely, as independent director. Is this just a game one situation out of NC Cyber, or is this going to be an all series situation out of this?
This could potentially be an all series situation, but I know that the players on Esports Legends, have it in them to bounce back and do what they can to get a goal. That's going to be the big focus for them.
That's true.
Get on the board, go from then on out, because a lot of teams have cast the Shopify Rebellion for a couple of years now. Even though top teams in RLCS struggle when they can't get a goal in a series against another squad that seems to be a bit stronger. So you really just got to go back to the drawing board, put them in the back of your mind, wipe it from your memory banks, and go forward, thinking this is a fresh series at this point, and see if you can get that first goal. That's the biggest thing that these teams can do against squads like this. After that, shutting down Dark, getting demos, bumps of any sort, disruptions, that's going to be the big focus.
Man, struggling to get a goal. I've spoken like a true Shopify caster. Man, that's tough lines over there. But it's, we're going to be going into this one. We're actually going to be getting into our next game here in just a moment. We had a short DC. It looks like we're going to be starting up. You can't take the goals with you. That's the great news for Esports Legends. For a 7-0, that's cool. That was a lot of extra. But now it's time to just narrow the scope of damage that really can be done. You can't let them have free looks. I said it shouldn't just be not taking the goals with them. Apparently they're taking one extra.
Doing everything necessary. Chow Kid unfortunately didn't get the connection that they were looking for there. And Jim UC side flip, looking for a bit more action on that challenge, but not in the position that they were hoping. So NC Cyber Academy will quickly, 5 seconds into this one, get that opening goal. Tough spot to be in already for Esports Legends, but it's not hopeless just yet. Compared to that last game, they still have some momentum behind them. Sticky Bust, they can rally behind them, which is huge. The bump comes through, need the fall through as well, but no, both players miss. Here comes Jim UC, and he sees the vision for the goal to tie things up.
Jim, you see me? Now you don't, because you're just careening on through. What a huge amount of effort, by the way, and work by Stinky Bus to work in tandem with Kachow Kid to clear the net. They were like, all right, you know what? Not going to worry about this pass. The ball's going towards the net. Let's get rid of these players, man. They've been the biggest problem, and they're trying to really ramp that style up right now.
30 seconds in. Tied 1-1. This is the series I was hoping for going into this grand final for the Rocket League playoffs for the independent conference. But still, it's going to take more than just that for Esports Legends to go neck and neck against this NC Cyber Academy team. Off the back wall it goes, but not enough of a pop out for Esports Legends to hold on to possession of the ball like they would have hoped for. I am liking the interference that they are trying to put up against Dark. And that will potentially change their fate for this series if they can keep that up.
Shout out, by the way, to Jim UC for the white wall tires. That looks like a very classy finish. I think it's ultra nice. The Esports Legends don't just want to be looking nice. They want to be having the performance to match the same thing. Great flip reset. Look at that one. Sided out by Stinky Bus, not allowing that one to go through. That would have been question marks and like, hey, you're sweaty in the 1v1 chat. But in this chat, they have to be able to get rid of those kind of plays all the time. Can't get a bump onto Dark. Gonna be counterplayed upfield. Kachow Kid will alleviate some of that pressure.
3:25 now. NC Cyber Academy, Esports Legends, giving it their all in game two. Red Dark Wolves looking for an answer again. The only one who scored on NC Cyber Academy this time compared to Patrick and then some from Dark. Speaking of, almost able to take down 2 defenders and center it for their teammates for a potential second goal. As we're approaching the halfway point of game 2 though, Stinky Bus looking for an answer for their team specifically to try and set up Jim UC, who had the vision last time to get the tying goal.
What a catch. That is a very dangerous idea there by Stinky Bus, but it turns into a very smart, genius moment. They caught it in their own box. That could have had any amount of 50-50 crashes, but with confidence, they bring it upfield. And for the first time here in, well, I guess both these games, Esports Legends will have their lead.
There we go. Esports Legends on top of the world for now, but can they maintain the King of the Hill status in game 2? Got to keep this pressure going. It would have been huge if they could have added their lead even more so there. Dark trying to win out the 50-50, but does get deflected to the side instead. We bounce towards the midfield line. Stinky Bus wins the challenge yet again. The demo comes through too. Kachaukin looking for the finish. It's a little bit over top on the backboard. Follow comes from Jin UC, but it will be stopped out yet again by Dark. Dangerous counterattack option for NC Cyber Academy. This is just going to fizzle out in the midfield.
10 more boost, and that was another goal. Chow Kid ran out just as they were in that float path to try and get on top of the ball, but they ended up underneath it. And now at the 2-minute mark, Esports Legends, they've been maintaining this lead. They want to build even further upon it. Stinky Bus that's looking for their third goal if they can help it. Dark has been snuffed out. Esports Legends have been allowing Dark to really go upfield, take these high mechanical plays, and force the elongated telegraph motion of them to be actually a detriment. A 1v1, it goes over the head of Jim UC, but it falls to the corner. Put back shot, what a save.
Beautiful look there from Stinky Bus. Got in the rotation, knew Jim UC would have to be bailed out there after that challenge, especially with how strong Dark is, and really trying to pick up the mantle for their team to lead the charge moving forward in this series. And I'm liking the coordination from Esports Legends compared to the first game where they seem to be overwhelmed and caught off guard a lot from what was happening in game one. Demo comes through to clear out some room in the midfield, and there comes another one as well. And keeping this pressure up offensively, I think is going to be the biggest focus for this team, but also a goal from Kachaukin will help that even more so.
This time they had a full tank, and they're able to take it all the way through. Stinky Bus, as soon as they were knocked to the corner, look at all three. It's like a parade line on Main Street, and NC Cyber Academy were sadly just at the speed of a float. They did not keep up with Kachau Kid, who brought the lightning, and with a minute approaching, that could be the spark that gets Esports Legends into a tied series.
Less than a minute to go, and there comes a goal from Dark. Who else to clutch things up when they need to? 6 shots, and finally one goes through. YG Minty really just keeping that in a good position for Dark on the finish. Simple shot, hard to save from that angle, and we'll go through. Less than a minute now. 3 seconds have gone past that mark, and this is still anybody's game.
Dark's probably saying, man, I can't add that to the TikTok reel. Psh, all right, let me get a strike. Let me do it here off the double no. Stinky Bus will get the denial, and that's really been something that they've been needing. All three on the goal line. If you're a defensive team, you don't want to have everyone there, but if you're gonna be there, you better get a touch.
Now we need to see what NC Cyber Academy can do to even up the odds, force potential OT. Stinky Bus trying desperately to go toe-to-toe with Dark to take this from the grasp of NC Cyber Academy as best as possible. Less than 20 seconds to go the other direction. See the momentum the ball takes. YMG Minty giving it their all to keep this out of their side for as long as possible and get them one last good look towards the net. There's a shot from Dark. It will be tied up with 6 seconds to go.
Set an orange streak on it. Kachau Kid ended up having this back touch and ended up giving it a lot of speed. Dark took advantage of that, and that cross cut now suddenly puts NCCA right in the back pocket of Esports Legends. The average kickoff time is about 6 to 7 seconds. That's plenty of time to get this one rolling. It ends up squeaking back into some blue grass. This could be a cheat. This could be a dub. They don't have anyone to catch it or to snatch it away. It's going to be the defense tested one more time. Can they get the flip reset? No. We see overtime instead.
That would have been insanity if Esports Legends could have clutched up there at the end and get the goal at the end of the day, but it has been Dark really making a difference here for NC Cyber Academy for them to get a potential victory in game 2 and be one away from winning. Stinky Boss, though, is going to make a difference for Esports Legends yet again and take game 2 in overtime.
A hat trick to show up in the biggest moment that, or at least one of those big moments that your team is really going to be building upon. And what a top shelf shot. Esports Legends, not at all down. They're going to tie up the series as we go into game number 3. And I guess someone's going to have 1,000 points every game.
Last time it was Dark. This time it's Stinky Bus. That's all it's going to take for somebody to get the victory. But look at Stinky Bus with the stats. 6 saves, 6 shots. Pretty close from Dark as well. 7 shots and 4 saves. Even goals, just 1 more assist from Stinky Bus there. These 2 captains trying to lead the charge for their team, as I was mentioning, and they are the ones to look out for to be the difference makers. But even with that, Red Dark Wolves doing everything that they could to get that first goal and really get some good pressure for their team. YMG Minty also had some great rotational efforts. Jim UC with the tying goal. I mean, without that, it would have been a loss for Esports Legends. So everyone on both teams giving it their all, and that's what I love to see.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have someone that's operating at a higher tempo, and if it is your captain of your squad, you want to get everyone involved. It cannot be the tip of the spear. The tip eventually will dull, and then the rest of it will just go tumbling down. But I still will give it a Stinky Bus, a double savior medal, and 100% participation with 2 goals and 2 assists to give it to the rest. I mean, that's full team effort out there. So good looks by Esports Legends, and this is feeling very familiar here to our previous Game 5 series. A quiet first game, a quiet second game. But this one, I'd say, is a bit tighter because you're always having to figure out what is Dark going to do next?
Who knows? That's the big question that will be answered in Game 3. NCCA and Esports Legends. Can Stinky Bus put up a similar performance? Or will Dark turn things up to another level, 110%, or even more so than that will be needed from both those players to get their team at the victory, it seems. No early goals in the opening 20 seconds, so both teams could probably take a sigh of relief there, but Esports Legends were down early in that last one, so this will hopefully be a change of pace if they can keep this out of their net for longer.
NCCA really did threaten Esports Legends when it was just solid, hyper-fast shots. It doesn't really even have to be directly on target. Just put it dead center. You have 2 defenders on the grass. No one able to take an elevated position. And Red, after Dark sent it yard to the backboard, just chuck it on target.
What a goal at that, too. 40 seconds almost into the first minute. And just a consistency we're seeing from NC Cyber Academy. Getting those first goals, making a huge difference for them. We wouldn't have had the OT if they didn't get the first goal in the last game as well. So even with the struggles that they faced in the previous game for NC Cyber Academy, they are doing the work that is necessary to potentially get them the victory in this series. The money, the seed, and the glory for NCCA for yet another title. Let me remind everyone, for the Independent Conference, NCCA also won the Valorant finals as well for the Independent Conference. So this school giving it their all to try and see if they can get 2 titles for their conference.
That's really cool whenever you consider, we were talking about elevation of the game. It goes between multiple titles, and it's because there's some buy-in from the students, from the teachers, from the faculty, and it's really awesome to see buying in, really getting some profits on the other side. Esports Legends, they buy up, they buy in, they sell out to get this tying goal.
Oh, that was so unfortunate too, because I think YMG Minty kind of pinched that with the attacker on Esports Legends as they were trying to get the save. If they didn't get a touch on it, it would have likely hit off towards the side wall instead, but you don't really know in that moment. You're already rotating in, and it was too late for them to stop.
At that point, you just got to commit and see if it turns out all right. The worst news is you're tied, so it doesn't become a winning goal anywhere. 3 minutes coming up. Esports Legends have been playing well from behind. That doesn't want to be the stat that you want to live on because you want to eventually get that lead. Nice kick out by Kachow Kid as Stinky Bus was turned into an ornament on someone else's car, being punched onto their own goal line. And now Esports Legends going to advance upfield, but guess who's lurking? Dark comes out from the sidewall.
Almost at the halfway point of this game as well. You mentioned it, Dark from the sidewall, but relatively silent for the most part as far as shots are concerned, giving more to their team, probably focusing a bit more on defense as well and setups, like we saw from Stinky Bus for the most part in that last game. So I'm liking the more captain roles we're seeing from them, but also leading the charge in goals helps a little bit at the halfway mark.
It's a 4D chess move to get the rest of your team involved, and knowing that at any given time, you yourself as the captain of the squad can rip one hot on target that is just not defendable for Esports Legends. They crisscross from right to left, and then with great control, put it on their nose and then put it deep into the net. NC Cyber Academy gets this lead back. Legends are trying to fight from this deficit. Chow Kid just a car too far.
2:15 on the clock, looking as strong as can be for these teams. And NC Cyber Academy versus Esports Legends. This is a tough matchup for Esports Legends, especially being down in this moment. Only so much time remaining. Less than 2 minutes to go, and Esports Legends really putting everything they have on these shots, but it still hasn't proven to be enough. It's a little bit off the mark and in awkward positions that they can't complete on. They need to get better grasp of the ball and possession away from Dark, and do that for a moment, but goes right back, gets some boost, and 5G Minty will patiently get that into their own half.
Whiff on the third man, but luckily everyone had respected it from the academy. So Esports Legends getting away with one. They're going to look for that corner boost just to steal it. Stinky Bus had plenty. We want to make sure that both Red and Dark have to walk away empty-handed and go way back in their own back half. Stinky Bus will in fact find some at the midfield line. What a pinch. So they can play that card too, especially just off of ball contact. There's been a very quiet scoring affair comparatively. Only 2-1 right now. NC Cyber Academy maintaining their lead. Dark on the adjustment, burning through it. No one's taking it to him, and he takes it instead.
Looking to close out game 3 with a victory is Dark. 2 goals to their name already in quick succession of each other, and just an air dribble that makes it the distance against Esports Legends. Can't be stopped for now. Was stopped a couple times in the last game, but Red Dark Wolves trying to see what they can spread as far as awareness goes on offense for their team to set up just the doomsday for Esports Legends in this game.
This is a great reset point for NC Cyber Academy. They're going to get Minty another goal, and that's going to be a 4-1. This is feeling like deja vu, not just from previous series, but from the first game of it. A double commit, couldn't find it from the backboard. The Esports Legends, I don't believe, well, I believe in their abilities, but 3 goals in 44 is a pretty tough task. This one might just go down 1-2 against them.
Fortunate for Esports Legends too. The games that run away from them, they seem like they are potentially able to come back and tie things up or keep it away, but Dark is the biggest demon that they have to beat in these series. The way that Dark is performing, it is hard to top that kind of a performance from an individual player. But it's not just Dark. Red Dark Wolves and YFG Minty doing everything that they can to get the victories here and now. Less than 10 seconds. Esports Legends looking to go down here again. And we'll see what Dark can do as, again, another goal for the hat-trick.
1 game off now, as soon as 4 seconds tick by for NC Cyber Academy. This program that's really been promoting from within. A lot of depth at multiple titles to try and get themselves this #1 seed here from this independent conference. That's going to fall into open grass. That's going to be Academy. They'll go up 2-1 to match point.
What a game for NC Cyber Academy. No 1,000 points for anyone this time for score, but doesn't matter because Dark was able to get 3 goals. And a goal apiece as well for the other players did help a lot. You'll notice that there's only a single demo from Jim UC. Esports Legends really struggled defensively and to really get things going offensively in that game. It just seemed to be running away from them. So again, we'll try our best if you're Esports Legends to bounce back here, but it might be inevitable for the NC Cyber Academy win in this series if things continue this way, Monkey Man.
When you've seen this conference, I need to know, you're the director, you have that view from on high, you're up in the kind of the lofted chair. Has there been any kind of change when it comes to the coaching, the personalities? Do any of the students kind of intermingle from across the independent conference? Do they have any kind of player to player rivalries? It feels like that everyone's been able to play from these trenches, like from either ahead or from behind. But have you seen anything that really kind of galvanizes these squads, either within the teams or between teams?
Not really too much, honestly. I mean, they're all pretty friendly amongst each other and usually just play against each other when it comes to the matches themselves. They don't really play with each other online for their ranked matches or anything of that sort. So a lot of it really just comes down to how they fare on the day. Esports Legends, they know how strong Dark and the rest of the players on NC Cyber Academy are. So a lot of it's just like, we know we can beat them. We have made them bleed. They got a game compared to the last time they played in the regular season where they didn't get a game, but it was close. So the big thing is, can they force that game 5, or will they go down here in a 3-1 fashion? We'll have to see once we get into the game itself, but still, just crazy to see how that was happening there as well. But nonetheless, I mean, they're having to remake the lobby, so we'll be getting into this next one as quickly as we can. But Esports Legends might be having some connection issues. That could be a case as well against NC Cyber Academy. So we'll be getting into this next one as quickly as we can. And I'm thinking, what we saw before in that last game, Stinky Bus Masterclass, I talked about it. It's hard to have that kind of performance again. They need that, though, if they want to win.
You can't do it twice. You can't be Brady for multiple seasons. You can't be, come on. They just are them. You just got to be, right? But I think that the biggest difference that we saw, especially from game 2 into then betwixt game 1 and game 3, obviously, to give this into a 2-1 series, is though however much Dark was doing what Dark was doing, we saw it quiet down for all of the first minute and a half in game number 3. It ramped it up, just solid fundamentals. Dark knows how to simply output and doesn't have to make it flashy. But in game 2, when that was still a consistent factor, still trying to be a clipping or just simply just being confident, they were able to isolate or at least deny. They're like, we need to read this player and then we can strike from off of this pivot for success. Esports Legends, gotta do the same thing. Even if it's just off of one player and moving forward, you gotta simplify the game to get faster and shut them down.
We'll have to see for Esports Legends if they can bounce back in this game or if that is all she wrote for the finals. Still taking a game against NC Cyber Academy. I don't think anyone's been able to do that really throughout the season, so kudos to them. They need more than just that to take them down, especially if they want to take their place in the state finals from Greensboro. There won't be just NC Cyber Academy they'll have to contest against. There'll be other top squads from different conferences. They are competing as well. Still the first minute, relatively uneventful between these teams, but Dark is always making an event happen in front of their eyes, and there will be Red Dark Wolves with the follow through. The defense will be wiser this time, though.
The save on the response. They know that they all triple committed to stop Dark, and Dark often opens up lanes for their team. Here they go again. Flip reset, it'll go wide, but it will be snipped out by Stinky Bus. They're the ones that gotta smell the most. Oh, but Red draws out 2 defenders, but that's just too much punch into the midfield.
3:40 now, NC Cyber Academy Esports Legends giving it their all to see who will get that first goal, but NC Cyber Academy has been so consistent with the opening salvo of every game. I feel like that has been leading them to victory throughout the most of it. Playing from behind is so difficult, especially when you're outmatched against the opponent capabilities from what we have seen in Dark versus Stinky Bus. But nonetheless, Esports Legends are giving their all and not going to go down without a fight.
Clawing, biting, seeing Dark. And as they look into the darkness will look back. Stinky Bus was trying to prime up Ka-Chow Kid, and though they take that corner boost, it is just a hot shot to the top 90. No one's ready for it. Finally, with about 1:55 burned into game number 4 in Cyber Academy, they've already unlocked this top championship point.
2 minutes already gone. You mentioned it, championship point in the clutches of NC Cyber Academy. Dark, one who has gotten some amazing goals for the team, defensively taking it in an odd position, and by doing so, let it open for Stinky Bus to tie it up.
Chalka just kind of dropped it on corner. Well, he had one teammate that was backwards. I think that was Red, but they did have everyone in the box. So yeah, that was just a kind of an errant placement. You drop that anywhere near the box, even if you make it across, a putback shot is always possible. So, you know, you put that in the old I learn better box, and hopefully you come out just the same way. Midway mark and VOD, we're at one apiece. Esports Legends has to find that next goal, I think.
Trying to do what they can here, and we'll have to see what's going on, but still, NC Cyber Academy Esports Legends down to the wire. We really need Esports Legends with Stinky Bus to get this through. The follow-up, no, but you can see instead Ka-Chow Kid tries it, but it's not enough.
That's a tough one, and yet they're still not gone. Racing right back to it. Whoa, that ball came right through the smoke screen. It went through and then came back. Oh, summoning some level of defensive magic is NC Cyber Academy. Esports Legends, they keep the pressure going until finally a big booming clear will take them back to the wall. Dark off the wall. It's a feed. Reed, though, or Rad, gets red as Jim UC will punch on through and out. 100 seconds remaining here in game 4.
Still anybody's game, anybody's series. If Esports Legends force this to a game 5, could it be a masterclass coming through from them? But NC Cyber Academy, we know the potential of these players. Dark is lurking around the corner, waiting for their moment to strike. It's around the defense of Esports Legends and suffocate them as they are in an odd spot. Kachowkid, though, off the post, and it goes off the other post. Somehow doesn't go in.
The only side not hit on that net is the back of it. And now downfield, Stinky Butt's gonna burn through. Dark is already in a great defensive position. Look how far back Esports Legends as a total three-way is just staying. They don't want to give up any space. They send one player up for that play. They see Stinky Bus not able to come out. Dark is just gonna burn through all of this. Now they have Stinky Bus and Jim UC in that same corner. It will be retreat. NC Cyber Academy, they see the fear with Esports Legends. These Legends gotta rise up because otherwise this is gonna be a kill shot here soon.
Time ticking down even more so. NC Cyber Academy just needs one more goal to get the $300 winnings and the #1 seed coming into the Greensboro Regional from Independent Conference. Dark will fall through off the backboard. Here comes YMG mid-T with the angle. It goes up a post and in. And 17 seconds is all Esports Legends has on their depth timer.
One solid touch. Minty was waiting in the wings that entire time. And Dark knew as they rotated out and looked back in, they primed up their third man and told him just go for anything that you see in front of you. Off the corner, that's not a great possession to start things off. Dark looking for the winner, and that could be it. They found insurance, 11 seconds left.
11 seconds here and now. Dark with the follow through and a great look after an unfortunate touch defensively, but Red Dark Wolves really putting in the effort to put them in an odd spot there. 11 seconds. It's possible for Esports Legends, but if it going the opposite direction and time ticking down, it will be NC Cyber Academy, NCCA, North Carolina Cyber Academy, all the different names with Dark, the Dark Wolves, and YMG Minty getting the victory here for the Independent Conference Finals.
Led by their Demon King of a captain in Dark. 2 goals, and they got the 1 assist, 100% participation here in game number 4. They find half of their shots. It was just pressure, pressure, pressure. Didn't have to even rely on the demo game. Got the job done from deep in midfield. And really, Esports Legends, you know they're going to be looking for some vengeance. I can't wait to see this one go into the regional. But, I mean, that was a stellar game, but it felt like there was just so much more control out of NC Cyber.
Beautiful performance there from Dark, Red Dark Wolves, and YMG Minty to really cement themselves as the top dogs and the undefeated squad for a reason throughout the conference. But Esports Legends, they gave it their all. They can pat themselves on the back because they did make NC Cyber Academy bleed with that one game that they were able to get. They kept it so close for the most part in this game. It's just, that's what happens when you're facing against such a tough squad. One mistake is all it takes, and that's going to lead to your demise, and that's what we saw happen here. Dark was able to capitalize on a couple of different things at the end, and they were able to get the win at the end. So congrats to NC Cyber Academy getting the victory there. Another top team topping the conference and moving on to the regionals in Greensboro. You can see both these teams there as well, but also you can see Monkey Man on NECC in just a second. We're going to be taking a break, swapping out casters. I'm figuring out what's going on with NBA 2K in my conference. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, everyone. We have a caster change. We're taking out a Monkey Man and putting in a Dylan Surplus instead. Was talking some NBA 2K with his teams, but now he is here for some Rocket League action to see who is going to move on to be the champion versus West Forsyth and East Forsyth. The East versus West battle here. Dylan, this is going to be a great matchup.
This is going to be a very fun matchup. I mean, anytime you get East versus West, I'm telling you, even historically, it's amazing. I'm telling you right now, you got some pretty good players as well. Some diamonds, some grand champions on both sides here. I mean, as of right now, it's looking to be a very, very fun final. And both these teams, again, East versus West Forsyth, it's the battle of the Forsyth. It's the Forsyth championship here.
And that's what we want to see. Which Forsyth is better, East or West? That is what's going to be determined here for the Foothills Conference. And both these teams have been fighting tooth and nail throughout the bracket. West Forsyth, they were the #1 seed, so they got a 3-0 sweep over Mount Tabor to move on to these grand finals. East Forsyth, the opposite, though. They 3-0'd in their first round matchup. They 3-2'd, went all the way to Game 5 against Carver, and then made it into these grand finals. So the underdog versus the #1 seed for yet another one of these finals. We had that happen for the first matchup of the day, too.
Yeah, I mean, if you every time you give me a 1 seed versus underdog, I'm gonna take the underdog, just full frontal here. All right, I'm just saying the scrappiness of this other team, man. It's just gonna be a really, really fun game. But then again, it's the #1 seed. You can never really doubt them as much either.
Seed hasn't lost today. The #1 seed has won every time.
Number 1 seed has won every single time. So hopefully we'll see something fun here. This will be a great matchup either way if that does or does not happen. But again, 1 seed, can't really doubt them. Maybe you can with the underdog story. I'm not too sure, but we'll see from there. We'll see.
We will see as we get into this game momentarily, just waiting for the players to join the lobby itself. But as you were mentioning, for East Forsyth, we have a couple of different players that they have in the pool to pull from. So some platinums, some champs, and a GC1 available for their roster. Pretty solid there. And then on the other side, we have a couple of champ 3s and a diamond on their team. So we'll see exactly how these teams will fare against each other, which is going to come out on top. East Forsyth, they can get that GC1, and that will definitely give them a leg up on the competition. But West Forsyth, they have the #1 seed for a reason. We'll see how far they can make it.
Let's see how far they can go. The first part of the game here, as a coach in VESL, I always tell my players, feel out your other team here. Figure out what plays they're going to be running. Some might start a little aggressive, and you can see right here from Dizzo, bang, goes the dynamite for West Forsyth here. And again, if you're the coach on East Forsyth, you got to be saying, look, these guys are coming out really, really fast right now. We got to start playing a little bit more defensively.
And that's what we saw happen in a couple of the other matches for the finals previously today, that those early goals really lead to a victory in most of these games, especially at this level of competition. The struggle for other teams to figure out where their footing is and recuperate their losses after that first goal is scored against them. You know, the best teams are forged in fire, and if you can come back from that kind of a deficit, you can overcome anything, especially the #1 seed out there. So we'll see what esports side can do if they can tie things up.
Right now, just going back and forth. You already see an attempt on goal there. Great clear, though, by West Forsyth. Shook here on this other side, on East Forsyth, looking to get an angle going. We're seeing that scrappy underdog mentality here from both these schools here. Look at this! Oh my goodness, that was so close there. Shook trying to grab it in again, but another missed shot there on goal. And again, it's looking a little bit more at the moment like it's going to be a play for this boost, especially on these corners here.
East Forsyth have boost on the mind, and well, the goal is on the mind here too for South Shook, but it's not enough for them to take that forward, convert it into a tie game. Nate, the first goal to their name, looking for the second, or at least the first assist, excuse me, with Dizzo getting that first goal. Still no chance yet for East Forsyth to really cement themselves as a top contender in this final.
That's just how the game and the cookie crumbles here, Vod. I mean, you gotta claw your way back into it again. As you were saying before, forged in fire is how the name of the game is going. It's been about 2 minutes so far without any action, just a lot of passing back and forth, this ping pong game, this chess game, if you will. We'll see if any of these openings here can result in a goal. As of right now, it looks like East Forsyth trying their best. What a good shot there from Dizzo. Dizzo's down at the moment. Nice goal attempt there too from East Forsyth to get a tie goal, but the defense from West Forsyth is just too much for this blue side team.
It's been a struggle for East Forsyth as well. As you mentioned, the defense too much for them to really overcome against West Forsyth, and the Western forces that we are seeing here for West Forsyth, giving it their all on offense, defense, every aspect of the game. But they know they have this 1-goal lead. They haven't really had to worry too much about getting a second just yet, because they haven't seen enough out of East Forsyth on offense. East Forsyth, we know they have it in them. They were able to get a 3-0 and then win a 5-game series to get to this point in time. So we've seen them be able to go toe-to-toe with the best in the Foothills Conference, but can they go toe-to-toe with the very best, the #1 seed in this best of 5?
That's what we have to hope here too. Another good attempt by Dizzo, but a great save there by East Forsyth. Another battle here for some boost, and you're seeing that East Forsyth is playing a lot more defensively and a little bit more on this aggressive side, especially with these KOs coming out. And look at this! Nate rolls it past! West Forsyth continues their lead 2-0.
Beautiful look from Nate. I misspoke earlier saying that they scored the first goal. Well, they scored their first goal regardless here. Maybe it was a bit of a prosthetic dream we saw here for Net in this first game. Minute 20 on the clock. West Forsyth looking strong against East Forsyth. Not too much that East Forsyth have been doing wrong, though, is what I've been noticing here as well, Dylan.
Yes, I mean, again, I'm talking about the defense here for East Forsyth, and I cast your curse a little bit, so my bad to all the East Forsyth fans here in the chat, but I do have to commend them. They have kept this game low scoring so far. They just need to find their footing. Again, it's only 50 seconds left, so there is enough time to see a comeback. We have seen crazier comebacks in Rocket League and in matches in VESL so far. But can East Forsyth do it, or will they have to regroup in game 2? We will see. Clock's ticking down. 35 seconds left on the board. Shook is trying to get a good angle here with Villain HQ, and it's just not going to make the angle to try to get at least a consolation goal here for East Forsyth. West Forsyth, though, again on the offensive. Nate trying to set it up here. Dizzo off this wall. Shook there to stop it for now. 10 seconds left, and here comes the final countdown.
I as it's ticking down. East Forsyth, big focus for them, creating offensive opportunities for themselves. We'll have to see what they can do here from then on out, but still keeping it alive for a moment, and if they could have gotten to the ball with some boost, likely would have been a goal to go home into the next game with, but still staying up as long as it can. First rule of Rocket League, keep it up at 0 seconds, and they were doing that well.
West Forsyth making their way 1-0 into this best-of-5 series. Again, if they get 2 more wins, they win the entire conference championship. So good luck to them. But East Forsyth, you've got your homework right there. Now you just got to do it.
I mean, 5 shots from Sobchuk. Huge offensive effort from them, but we didn't really see enough defensively from this East Forsyth team. And that's the big thing we need to see change up in this game specifically. Yes, we did only see 2 goals, and a lot of it was midfield presence from the other team. But again, with the pressure that East Forsyth were putting on, you would hope that something would have worked out for them, but maybe too simple of shots. The defense knew the rotation. They knew the matchup because they both have Forsyth in their name. Who knows? But what we do know is that it is going to game 2, and we'll have to see who comes out on top in this one, Dylan.
Sometimes in Rocket League, you just can't find the angle. You just can't find the gap. You just can't find a shot to put onto goal. And this might have been something like that here, especially for East Forsyth. Maybe they'll be able to counteract these blunders, learn from their mistakes, make it up in game 2, maybe tie up the series 1-1. We'll see as we have these players loading in now. Again, though, West Forsyth, the number 1 seed, they're looking really, really good so far, even with the defense of East Forsyth.
I mean, some amazing performances from them, of course. We didn't even really need that high scoring of a game from them to cement themselves as the victor. That first goal, and they held on to it. The midfield, with the way it was going pressure-wise, was enough for them, and they had some great saves to make sure that they could hold on to that lead. So defense, after you get a goal, wins championships is the caveat here.
Yes, I always tell that to my players whenever I'm coaching. Defense wins championships, but you got to do some offense first. You can defend all you want, but a 1-0 or 0-1 is still a loss. So you got to get some goals on the board here at East Forsyth. And you're already seeing them trying to do just that with some amazing and very impressive aerials at the moment. MilNQ going to try to use this back wall to send it in. A little bit of a back shot there, but it doesn't really work out for either of these teams. Look at that, though. Furious getting KO'd. Big a demo there. Shook going off to the side, and look, East Forsyth trying their best to get into this game, but oh my goodness, from downtown, Ethan slams it. Look at this, from the other goal. Cross-court shot, corner pocket, see you later.
Sobchuk tried their best to save that as well, and it was just not enough. One side to see how that goes, but nonetheless, West Forsyth or East Forsyth defensively, but we've seen a couple goals like that go in today, and now the own goal, trying to go for the save off the crossbar, did not quite calculate it well enough.
In any esport, sometimes a kill, a KO, or a goal,
that was a good goal,
can completely reset your mental. It could make East Forsyth was probably coming to this game like, we've got this, we know what they're going to do. That cross lobby shot just sent their mental to a different direction. So all we can hope for if you're an East Forsyth fan is that they can reclaim that mental, get a few more goals here. It's still early enough where they can do it. See, look, a good attempt there from Shook, but it's just not enough.
Well, East Forsyth, deja vu all over again from game 1, 2-0 against them. They need to change their fate, get a goal on the board. That is the barricade they need to throw away behind them and move forward to potential victory in a game. And there's a shot, but it's a little bit wide. It was an open opportunity. They felt the pressure breathing down there next to the midfield line. There wasn't too much that they could overcome at that point in time.
A lot of things to happen here for East Forsyth to make this an even game here. A lot of stars need to align. And mainly, they just need to keep trying to get these shots on goal and break through this West Forsyth defense. But you can't do it like that. You can't do it like that. Ethan again, strikes again. Sort of a mid-court shot? Is this a Caitlin Clark? I'll count it. I'll count it as a Caitlin Clark half-court shot. Kobe, see you later.
There we go. A great reference there, too. On the Indiana Fever coming up next season. Excited to see how that goes. But nonetheless, West Forsyth Dizzo maybe trying to give them a homie stop, but in Rocket League. The no goal of their own. But it was just a back pass that could have gone awry if esports side were in a better position. And a fake out from Ethan. What a great play.
Great play there. I mean, the Rocket League awareness, the car ball awareness from this West Forsyth team is so good. But East Forsyth, look, you guys climbed your way here, clawed your way back in. There's gotta be a way for you to make it back. Oh, what a save. Oh my goodness, I am standing up right now and shook. Gets it out of there, gets it out of trouble. Gonna pat this ball right downstage. Nobody's there.
We go.
Bang! East Forsyth gets the first goal of this championship game.
Shook able to get the first goal for their team. The champ one leading the charge for their squad. Of course, these are ranks that we got when they registered for VESL, so it could be a little bit skewed downwards from their trajectory. Who knows? They might be at SSL, and that's just basically Grand Champ or something. I don't know. But still, West Forsyth, East Forsyth. Now we have a series on our hands, Dylan. 1 goal for East Forsyth. Looking for a second. They have a breakaway. Just need the finish, and they get it. And it will be 1 away from tying things up.
Look at that. That goal breaks it open here for East Forsyth. As I was talking about the mental, they grew, they got out of it, they made it work for them. 1 goal away. You got 2 minutes to do it to tie, and then you can get another goal here to win this game. There's enough space here to claw back for East Forsyth. Good kickoff for them as well, going on to West Forsyth's territory. They're keeping this ball in the air. It's a good setup there, but there's just too much orange in the goal there for them to try anything. The leg though ties it up. Whoa, 3-3, and in the time of 2 minutes, I think 1:30, I would have to say, they went from 3-0 to 3-3.
It's a whole different ball game, and a whole different team that we're seeing here from East Forsyth, turning things up to 11 and taking on the behemoth that is West Forsyth. But there's another one up the goal. Furious somehow able to put it through, and this is the biggest comeback game we have ever seen.
Wow. No response whatsoever from West Forsyth. East Forsyth is laid it on. 4-0 run so far in this game. 1:46 to go though. Hey, anything can happen. This is Rocket League. This is Rocket League. You never know what's gonna happen here. So then again, gotta commend East Forsyth. They have dug deep to get the offense going, and they're looking to make it happen again. Only 1 goalie there. Tap it in. Blank. Up by 2. East Forsyth is looking to take this game too.
Wow, I am just flabbergasted here, Dylan, at how this has completely changed on a dime. We went into the future and brought back East Forsyth, and they are here to play and stay in the competition and take down their Western rivals.
They need to keep this pedal to the metal here, car pun intended. They need to keep it going because this tying up this game is crucial for them, especially now, because if they had lost this game, West Forsyth is another 1 goal potentially away from taking the entire series. So responding back the way that they did in this dramatic fashion is beautiful for this team. 1 minute remaining here, and again, anything can happen. If you're a West Forsyth fan, hold your breath for a second, okay? You might have a comeback on your hands here, especially with Ethan trying to get in here. Oh my goodness, what a good shot attempt, but Dizzo slaps it down. They are down by 1 and are looking to tie before this game is over.
This is so close, tooth and nail between these two squads, firing on all cylinders, giving it their all, pulling out a machine gun and putting it towards the net with the ball loaded into the chamber and waiting for their moment to strike. 40 seconds now, West Forsyth giving it their all to make sure they can bring themselves back from the brink of extinction in game 2, prevent East Forsyth, their rivals, from taking them down, and hopefully go home with a quick and easy sweep. But this is nothing but easy for either of these teams in this game. Defense, throw it out the window. It's all offense, baby.
All offense all day. Last game was all defense. Now it's all offense, as you said before. 15 seconds left, and East Forsyth just needs to hold on. This is, if there's any time for defense in this game, it's now. Final countdown coming in. The ball is on East Forsyth's territory. They just need to slap it down into the grass, into the turf. And they will. Esports Life takes this next one, and we're tied up 1-1, baby.
It's crazy that you made that Caitlin Clark reference. Apparently, they're playing a pregame against Dallas right now and just destroying them. So, you know, that's exactly what Esports Life was able to channel their energy from.
Absolutely. I mean, look, 3 shots from Ethan, but 4 shots from Malenk. Absolutely MVP here for Esports Life on this one. Man, 3 goals, 4 shots. Gotta give it up for Malenk.
That was an MVP-like performance from Malenk there to get that amazing victory for Esports Life. But was that an anomaly in this series? Or were they just getting warmed up after the first game in this series? That'll have to be determined in this next one, Dylan, where we see who is going to be leading the charge in Game 3 and taking the lead as well in this series, going up 2-1 and potentially taking the series after that. Every time we've seen a team go up 2-1, at least in these finals so far, they have been able to get the victory at the end of the day. Will that be changed in the series, or will it continue to be the case and the trends continue that way? I mean, that's what makes Rocket League and tournaments fun in general. You don't know until the match happens.
I love the data. I love the analytics, but data and analytics do not matter when it comes to the indomitable human spirit. Okay. You know, anything could happen. Anything could happen. And we're just along for the ride. My big question here is, if they had to reshoot Friday Night Lights, but for Rocket League, would it be an East Forsyth versus West Forsyth rivalry? I think that's what we're seeing at the moment.
Basically.
Oh yeah. I'd love to see that one. I'd love to see that one.
I would love to see this next game too, and I believe we'll be getting into it in a moment as well. And hey, I spoke as soon as it was happening,
spoken into existence, Vaughn.
Production there, yeah. Perfect timing. Nonetheless, though, we do get into this game. Esports Live, Sports Live, defense, offense. We get one or the other. Will we see both today in this game, Dylan?
See, that's the question. That's the question. Both teams were showing up in their respective games. Halfway through game 2, I would say, okay, it's all West Forsyth all day, but East Forsyth made me change my mind there in the latter half of that game. So I am not too sure who's going to take this one. Well, I just hope both teams have fun. You know what? I just hope both teams have fun.
Exactly. Hope both teams have fun, and that's all we can wish for. West Forsyth, East Forsyth, giving it their all, doing what they can for a potential victory in this game. Already made it to the regionals, so they got the work done behind them, but they want that $300 for their team if they get first place. And shakes the competition up again for East Forsyth, getting that first goal. But Malenk, what an amazing passing play.
Great passing play. I mean, I don't think any passers get a whole lot of credit. Give some credit over here to Malenk for that pass play there. And you did say, yes, both these teams have already made it to regionals. They're going to LAN, but that's exactly why I want to see this game again, potentially on LAN, because LAN is a different beast. It's a whole different beast than being online. You're in your element. You're in your zone. On LAN, there's so many different factors. There could be a guy wearing a white hat that's distracting you 3 rows away. There could be different lights, different sounds, and different smells that throw you off your game here. Whereas these players right now, they're playing at home or at their school. They are used to this. They're dialed in. They're focused. So I'm excited to see both these teams on LAN at their regionals. And hopefully one of these teams qualifies to stay.
We'll have to see the competition leveling up every single season. We've seen some great competition for the matchups earlier today on the stream, and some of the other streams as well have been going on throughout the regular season for not just Rocket League, but also Smash Ultimate the other day and Valorant before then. VESL doing what they can to elevate and see competition for high school, and loving to see it. Again, make sure you sign up for those one-off competitions. Our 6 signups are live for any student in North Carolina. You can play with any players that are registered within VESL, so make sure you do that. After the plug, though, we have a plug-in shot here from Shook.
Shook shaking things up. I think he said this exact pun, this exact phrase of words last time when Shook did the goal before, but I'm just bringing it back. Shook shakes it up with a splash.
Love that goal explosion too. It's one of the all-time classics from the RLCS drops, but see is going to drop by from West Forsyth on getting a goal for their team. Will it be Ethan? Will it be Nate? Or will it be Dizzo? It is going to be Ethan this time, and hey, I was just waiting for it to happen and spoken to existence again.
Hey, shout out to the one Ethan fan I see in the chat. Your boy just got to go. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Well, it's just heating up now. We're having fun. We're just here along for the ride, VOD, and it's going to go twist, turns, and loop-de-loops. But we're strapped in. We're on this roller coaster together, bud, okay?
That we are. East Forsyth, West Forsyth. East Forsyth, that goal this time, Furious. Getting that through. The defense destroyed from the demos. Unfortunate for them, too, because you saw Ethan try to get that one away. Might have been better to leave that up for the defender, but the demo was coming out quickly.
Furious, you are deadly. Getting that KO in the goal was beautiful. I just wanted to see how they got that, because I saw that there was somebody in goal, and then all of a sudden, nobody was in goal. And it was an easy dub for them. So good thing that we had the replay there, because I had no clue. I had no clue how they got that angle. Either way, though, 3-1 here for East Forsyth, building off of that momentum of that comeback in their game number 2. They are feeling it right now, and West Forsyth, they're on the back foot. Before, they're the number 1 seed. They're like, hey, we're the ones to be beaten. We're the kings on the hill. And now they're on the back foot. They are trying to get another goal going, and East Forsyth are responding with some spectacular defense, even better offense. Caster cursed it again. Tizzo, great job. Brings it back within 1.
We're just like caster cursing it in different ways.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Oh, goodness. But East Forsyth, West Forsyth doing what they can here to try and prove their worth for that $300 to first place and the number 1 seed out of their conference for the regional, not Greensboro regional. I'll have to look up which one they're going to specifically. But nonetheless, Foothills doing what they can here and now to prove that both of their teams deserve spots in the top and contention for a state representation to go to the state finals later in the month.
Yeah, and as you were saying, I mean, first place team here gets $300, and if I had $100 for playing Rocket League, I would feel like a king.
I'm just going to Greensboro. There we go.
They are going to Greensboro. That's true as well. So there you go. I need they're getting the green. They're going to Greensboro. Oh my goodness. The puns write themselves here. The jokes write themselves here, Vaughn. We're getting into a minute to go so far, and if you're an East Forsyth fan, you gotta hope they are gonna put on this defensive game here. If you're West Forsyth, you gotta hope that East Forsyth is doing a little bit of trickery. Maybe, you know, a thumb slips off the thumbstick, or somebody blinks too long, or something like that. You know, you're hoping that they can find an angle, tie up this game, go into overtime, potentially win this game 3. Either way, whatever fan you are on the edge of your seat. Oh, maybe? Can Furious get it in? Oh no, the suspense is killing me. They can. Shook shakes it up yet again. 2 goals ahead, 30 seconds left. That's a good night goal if I've ever seen one.
Wow. The defense, the orange sea parted there for East Forsyth to make another big splash in the background, up by 2 goals. And game 1 seemed to just be a warm-up. It's the Northwood effect yet again, but in high school competition where they drop the first game every time and win the rest of it.
I mean, you gotta hope that they don't drop the ball here. I mean, 15 seconds left. East Forsyth has the momentum going into this next game. West Forsyth has got to go back to the drawing board. Maybe call a timeout here, get the coach on the call, say like, yo, we gotta figure out a way to come back from this. East Forsyth gets the dub here, goes up 2-1 in the series, 1 more win, and they win that $300 prize and glory.
I am shook.
I'm shook
with the way this game is going and this series is going for Foothills. They are giving it their all. They were the scrappy conference, trying to get some teams together, formed a lot at the last moment, went into the playoffs, and now they are all-stars, proving their mettle here in this matchup. East and West Forsyth giving it their all. I'm loving to see it. The underdog story for East Forsyth might be just enough for them to get the edge over top of their West counterparts. But there's still another game to go to determine if we go to game 5 or if that'll be all she wrote for West Forsyth's run.
Look, you were talking about Shook here. I got to give a shout out to Shook. I mean, 3 scores, 6 shots on goal. I think 3 saves too. Insanity from Shook there. Vaudable, the script writers were cooking with this matchup. I'm telling you. I'm telling
really
you, they were writing all night for this thing. This is great. So, I mean, if you are an East Forsyth fan, awesome. Great stuff. West Forsyth fan, gotta hope for a win in this series to take it to the crucial winner-takes-all Game 5. I don't know, though. This East Forsyth team is looking real good right now.
And I'm hoping for West Forsyth's sake, they can get that first goal. That'll be a big difference maker for them. They've been struggling with that a lot in these last few games. And even when they did have those first couple of goals, having that big comeback against you is hard to overcome mentally. That's why top teams in different leagues have mental coaches, because you need to reset yourself and center yourself when that happens. So East Forsyth, West Forsyth, curious who will be leading the charge here in this game specifically, but things have been going this way. East Forsyth are doing what they can.
East Forsyth already. Shook grabs a goal. I saw that they were going for that first goal attempt. They grabbed it here. Nate does a great save, but it's a pop-up. Can of corn into Shook's glove there. Bang.
Well, there we go. East Forsyth picking back up where they left off in the last game of this series, making it that much more difficult for West Forsyth to really have an answer against them. The overwhelming aggression that we have been seeing from them on offense, never stopping, never giving up, and giving it their all on offense proves to be enough for East Forsyth, but it's only one goal. We'll see how it continues.
I think they decided after that first game loss that they were just going to try to put on the gas whenever there was an opportunity. And that's exactly what we've seen this entire game here from East Forsyth. West Forsyth, though, you guys got the skills. You guys are the #1 seed. You guys have been crushing it all day, yesterday and tonight. Come on. You got to make it work here. Come on, West Forsyth. Get some skin in the game here, and you might be able to see it here. Good save from Malenk. And nice try there from the other East Forsyth player, but the ball is still on that East Forsyth side. Shook does a good clear there, and West Forsyth has to regroup as this ball's coming their way.
What a save, as the announcer says. We've seen a couple of those from both of these teams, making it that much more difficult for the scoreline to be changed from this 1-0 lead the East Forsyth have found themselves with. But the one goal might be all they need. They don't need to overcommit. Or maybe just get a demo. That'll help.
Just get a demo. That'll work. Yeah. Yeah, don't sugarcoat it. Get him in goal. See you later. Look at this. Bang. He was running the route. He got tackled. 2-0 so far for East Forsyth. They're looking to clinch the championship and that $300 bounty now. They want it. They can smell the money in their noses from wherever they're playing in North Carolina.
2-0, 3:15 on the clock. West Forsyth, they need an answer here and now. They haven't had much since the first game. After that, it's been the East Forsyth show. The way that they've been performing for themselves has been a masterclass of another level, and why they've been able to make this underdog run through the first stage of the bracket. But Dizzo, no, you need the connection, but a follow-up as well from your teammates. Coordination is key at this level of competition to move forward and do what you can for the victory. Nonetheless, though, East Forsyth, West Forsyth, giving it their all. The demos not making it easy for West Forsyth, though.
Not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. You got to dig deep in these moments. These kids are probably potentially going to go to college, and they're going to have the same thing happen to them in collegiate carball. It's going to happen. Or the CRL. It's going to happen. They're going to think back to this moment in high school when they dug deep and they made it competitive. Look at this. Ethan throwing it right in. West Forsyth is not saying goodbye just yet. There's time enough for them.
The demos giving them a taste of their own medicine, making it that much more difficult for them to be stopped. I talked about it at the top of the hour, at the beginning of the day, that demos become a lot more prevalent in the game of Rocket League as top players in the RLCS have popularized them, and well, it seems like once there is a skill ceiling that has been met, demos is the way to change the game and open things up, because you can't save it if you're not there.
Can't save it if you're not there. Exactly. That's so right. I mean, you don't have a clone of you back there to help you out. So there you go. East Forsyth looking to get another insurance goal here. It's not great being up by 1. You are always within striking distance there. It's better to be up by 2, even better to be up by 3. Time is dwindling. Time is running out, and West Forsyth needs to get this goal here. A great aerial here from Ethan.
Wow.
Great save by Shook. He came out of nowhere.
Amazing play by Shook there, but it was not enough for the side of West Forsyth to get that tying goal that they were vying for. Shook again trying desperately to get this out of the clutches of their opponents. And now we do see the defense of East Forsyth come to pass against their opponents, doing everything necessary to stop them from getting a single shot on, getting some shots of their own. Dangerous scramble in front of the orange box, and eventually another shot will come through, but it won't go in to the back of the net just yet. Less than a minute to go here, Dylan. Can West Forsyth come back, or will this be it?
That hurts. That hurts. Again, you have 56 seconds left. Anything can happen. But that insurance goal is there for a reason. East Forsyth might just be your Foothills Conference champions if West Forsyth can't do something now. Nate gets the kickoff right off the bat. Good aerial from Shook. Furious is right back on the back foot there, waiting on the defensive end to get things going. And if East Forsyth, they cannot stop playing. They need to keep going. Put on the defense right now, maybe even offense, do it, I don't care. All you need to do, though, is keep West Forsyth from getting another goal and potentially getting it closer and closer to an overtime ability. 30 seconds left until East Forsyth gets that dub. Furious is trying to shoot it on goal, but West Forsyth is trying their darndest to stay alive in this game. Approaching that 10-second mark. This might be it. A few more defensive saves, and that's it. Malenk shoots it over towards the orange side. We're going into the final moments, and East Forsyth, your Foothills Conference champions.
What a win from East Forsyth. After game one, it felt like it was inevitable for West Forsyth to take the victory as the #1 seed, but this time, believing in the underdog was the right way to go if you were thinking which horse you were going to bet on, and it was East Forsyth taking it in charge and making sure that nobody would underestimate them ever again after their run through the bracket from the first round with a 3-0, winning in 5 games in the semifinals, and now here as the #1 seed out of the Foothills Conference with $300 to their name in their winnings. An amazing performance from them. We'll see them at the Greensboro Regional. That's going to be a crazy stacked regional as well, because we had the independent conference that'll also be there too that we just witnessed.
And the independent conference has some heaters, I'm telling you right now. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be crazy to see all of these teams in Greensboro fighting it out on LAN. There's nothing like a LAN, VOD. There's nothing like a LAN.
It's going to be a great time, but we do, I believe, have some more competition to come from some other finals right after this. So we'll be taking a quick break, and then we'll be back, I believe, with CMS after this. Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 more series to go for these finals. This one, it's not going to be CMS just yet. We're teasing you a little bit there. It is going to be Triangle that we'll be going through their conference specifically. They'll be going to the Charlotte Regionals, and it is Durham School of the Arts versus Cedar Ridge High that we have here facing off against each other. So both of them the number 1 and 2 seeds, 3-0'd across their semifinals to make it here to the grand final. I'm curious, will we see another lower seed victory in this one, Dylan, or are you predicting a victory for the number 1 seed, Durham School of Arts? Will they use their art degrees to their expertise?
See, here's the thing, Vod. Before our last game, you were like, the 1 seed is always 1. And then I come onto the broadcast, and then the 2 seed wins. The 1 seed loses. So am I the reason the 2 seed wins? I don't know. I've got no clue. Honestly, I'll go with Durham Arts because I am an artist. I have a journalism degree. I did music, theater, and dance all through high school. So gotta support the arts homies.
Well, looking at the ranks for these players as well, depending on who is on the team, of course, we have GC1s to champs and an SSL as well available from the players that registered for Durham School of the Arts. That's crazy. And then on the other side, we have some Champ 3s, a Champ 2, a Diamond, Champ 1, and a GC1. So, curious who we're going to have here. I was mixing Shoeless Con and Clueless here as well by what they were saying there. But still, it's been a long day of competition for these Rocket League finals, Dylan, and we are finally getting down to the final 2.
It's going to be a fun one. Again, number 1 versus number 2. We haven't seen a whole lot of these upset schools come in the mix a whole lot, but I mean, still, hey, that just means that it's the 2 best teams in your conference. They're going up against each other. That's just the best case scenario for all these teams. It's going to be dope. So we're waiting for these teams to get into the lobby, get them all ready to go. For now, though, I mean, Durham Arts, Cedar Ridge. Cedar Ridge is the cooler name, though. I mean,
yeah,
talking like names, you know,
a little bit.
You know?
It's like it reminds me of like an old World War II battle, like Vimy Ridge or something like that, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Did you go over Cedar Ridge, by the way? Did we go over that?
Yes, we did.
We
talked about how they have mainly Grand Champ and Champs for the rest of their players there specifically. So,
hey, who knows?
The GC1 on their side for Cedar Ridge. Not quite sure for the other players, but I'm sure we will figure that out. Liquid is a C2, and Normally is a Diamond. So we got a GC1, a C2, and a Diamond on their squad. Of course, they could have ranked up or down from when they registered for the season. Durham School of the Arts. Look at the roster over there. Arts is the SSL, so this will probably be a little bit one-sided for their team specifically. BB is C2, and Cataclysm, I like that name, is GC1. So they are potentially a contender to make states if they do well enough here.
Indeed, especially with a team ranked that high, it just makes so much sense. They're number 1 seed after the regular season. Cedar Ridge is the 2 seed. You can never give too much credence, of course. You give a little bit of benefit of the doubt here to a 2 seed, but again, still don't know. 1 minute has passed. We've got a lot of defensive plays. Both teams feeling each other out, as we usually see beginning of a Game 1 series. Look at this, though. Double man save into the goal here. It's looking like Cedar Ridge is trying to make a play for it at the moment. Good try from Joe Alt, but it's just not really going to work out.
Yeah, Cedar Ridge, we saw a similar series with the rank disparity from Independent Conference with the NCCA squad versus Esports Legends. Esports Legends gave it all that they could against NCCA, but it was a little bit too late for some of those matchups that they were having. The biggest thing that came forward was not taking down that main star player from the other team. Well, right now, both these teams, I know we talked about this as Cap Spot, feeling out period in Game 1, trying to see who's going to crack first and where the weaknesses lie for either of these squads. And Durham Arts, and they have the advantage in ranks, but it all comes down to coordination and knowing the right time to shine for these matchups.
Right time to shine indeed, and both these schools still playing really defensively. A good few shots on goals, but just nothing to find a gap just yet. That could change though. Cedar Ridge is setting up for a shot here. Looking like they're just sending these aerial balls up just so that another player can come slam them down, but it looks like maybe a Durham Arts player on the other side comes around, distracts them a bit, gets them a little bit too much. And then, Spurk strikes first. Cedar Ridge gets the first goal here, and I mean, we were seeing it right here. Look at this. Spurk comes right through. Two of these Durham Arts players just can't save it. Easy shot.
Huge goal for Spurk, as I was talking about, the highest ranked player on their team. GC1, potentially higher ranked now. Still looking strong for their squad, getting that first goal in the opening half of this game. But who else with the SSL? Arcs getting that through, dunking it over top of the defense. Nothing they could do to stop it, but unfortunately Spurk not connecting with that ball. Both players missing is what led to that goal.
I'm so sorry, Liquid, you just got posterized. Some kid is gonna have that poster in his room pretty soon, like dunk it, you know? My goodness. Anyway, 1-1, 2 minutes 20 left in the game so far. Pretty good game so far, I've had to say so myself. I mean, both teams are doing pretty well, but Arcs, again, looking to grab another goal here. Almost grabs it. If another player was just right there in the right position, it probably would have gone in, but alas, the defense keeps it going. We were saying last match, of course, that defense wins championships, but it's the offense and then the defense that wins the championships. Both these teams are very defensive. You just start getting offensive here. Try to get a crack out of this tie game. Cataclysm looking to throw this down into Cedar Ridge's goal, and if Arcs is ready to go, this could be another dunk.
Or a demo from Habibi that time. Into the midfield for Arcs. See what Liquid can do in the 1v1. Not really much of a 1v1 as Arcs just kind of went right past the goal line, but a bit of a traffic jam in front of the net. Dangerous position to be in for Cedar Ridge, especially when they are facing off against such a tough opponent as the #1 seed. Arcs just looking for a flip reset showcase for a potential goal. Maybe have a highlight reel to go home with, as well as $300 for the team if they do get the victory here.
That is true, $300. That's a lot to play for. That's a lot to play for nowadays. You know how much Taco Bell that could get me in high school? My goodness. 100 beefy Fritos burritos. Bring them back. Bring them back. 44 seconds left here in the game. Joe Marley looking to crack open this tie game here, but good defense from both sides, making things a little harder. As I say that, it's a run from Joe Marley. 2-1 Cedar Ridge, and that's a cross-court dribble here from Joe Marley.
Oh, and Cataclysm just in the wrong spot at the wrong time, unfortunately. Crossed over, the needle was threaded by Joe Marley, and it was a perfect opportunity to strike into the hearts of their opponents, Durham Arts. We expected a masterclass in, well, the defense has been wiser a couple of times here, but Habibi will strike true where Arts could not, somehow denied by the woodwork on that one.
That was like game 7 of Raptors versus Sixers. And the last shot from Kawhi Leonard, it is just bouncing off of that rim until it goes in. Just so much suspense leading up to that moment. Tie game now. We're probably going to overtime. Who knows, though? 20 seconds is a lot of time. Still could be a chance for one of these teams to knock one in and take game 1. But still, a lot of time left here. 10 seconds to go. There's an open net. This could be it, but Cataclysm, great job on the save. 4 seconds to go. We're going to get into this Rule 1 here, and it's overtime. Here we go.
Craziness between both these two top teams in Triangle. All teams really today have been giving it their all. Even with 3-0 sweeps we have seen, they have been close affairs with at least one overtime. So I'm expecting something of that fashion with this series between these two squads, giving it all that they can in this matchup. First 20 seconds, though, might be it. Arcs can't get it through just yet. Habibi looking for the finish, but no power behind it. And a pinch all the other direction. It's an open net opportunity. It goes off the backboard. That could have been it for Cedar Ridge, but now they're leaving themselves wide open defensively. Gotta be careful on this rotation back.
The crossbar is the ultimate enemy to anybody here. Habibi, though, love to see it. Durham Arts take a scary game 1 as the 1 seed. 3-2, a closer one than what we expected before.
100%. Cedar Ridge gave it their all in a way that we were not expecting based on just ranks alone. We haven't seen their matches specifically ourselves leading up to this point in time, but Durham Arts versus Cedar Ridge, this is a lot closer of a matchup than we could have hoped for, and this is exactly what we are wanting to see from two top contenders making it to the regionals.
2 goals from Habibi, 1 from Arcs. Good job from them. But Spurk and Joe Marley, got to give it to them as well on Cedar Ridge. Both these schools are looking super, super good at the moment. So we're just waiting for maybe another Cedar Ridge fun goal here. Maybe a few more fun little things here from Durham Arts. You know, keep it competitive. Maybe go to a game 5. Who knows? I've got all night long. Let's do it.
Demos. That's what we need to see from Cedar Ridge. We did not see a single one from them. They weren't really able to take out Durham Arts too much. We saw some bumps here and there, but just really basic plays when it comes to that aggressiveness that we want to see from Cedar Ridge. Durham Arts, they were able to put up a lot of great shots and could have likely ended this before it went to OT if some of those goals had gone in sooner. We did have the 4 saves from Spurk and also the plenty of shots, but I think because Spurk was having to focus so much on defense, they weren't able to come out of their shell like they did at the start with that first goal and lead the charge for their team for Cedar Ridge. So hopefully things can change up in game 2 for Cedar Ridge, but Durham Arts, keep going exactly like you were in that last game. You've shown us that all 3 players have something to show for in the series. Cataclysm on those rotations. Just need to clean this up a little bit. Habibi, keep doing what you're doing in Arcs. Just make sure you don't get denied by the woodwork this time.
Yes, and also Cataclysm, I have to say as well, ultimate defensive player here for
100%.
Durham Arts. The saves that this student was making were insane. If I could do that, I would be talking nonstop about how defensive I am in this game. Oh, speaking of defensive, Liquid slants it away. See you later. Another goal attempt here. Liquid again, stopping it. Cedar Ridge is legit. Oh my goodness.
Wow, what an amazing sequence of saves from Cedar Ridge. Dangerous position though there with the deflection off of the attacker and defender on both sides of the field. Good follow through from Spurk, but can't get the boost in time, and an amazing clear from Habibi to bring them back into the grasp of some offense if they can get a grasp on the ball there for a second. I think they're just leaving it up for Arcs to maybe have another chance at it and feel a bit more confident on these challenges. Oh, wow.
Again, it's just a little bit of back and forth here. I like this brand of Rocket League. Okay, Vaughn? I might get haters for this, but I like this brand of Rocket League. The super defensive, edge of your seat. You don't know who's going to strike first. The defense is so much better because you usually have 2 really good defensive players or 3 really good defensive players on each side. The high-scoring games are great. The shootouts are amazing. But give me a down-to-the-wire, what do you got in the last second there?
It's so hard to know exactly what these teams can do in those final moments when you're trying to do all that you can to get that goal. When you are right in front of the net, facing down barrel of a defender and trying your best to outwit them. Fakes, I feel like, are a big tool in your arsenal trying to take out these players when they are predicting how you are going to perform at the state of the game, but also relying on your teammates, going for those passing plays and making sure that, hey, I know I can't make this shot. Let me see if I can fake it out. If I can't do that, I'm going to set up my team for success or set up an own goal like that.
That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt, Spurk. I'm so sorry. Arcs throws it in, goes to the attempt, and Spurk tries to get it out of the way, but just can't. Oh no, if that is the only goal this entire game, that's gotta hurt if you're a Cedar Ridge fan.
We'll have to see what Cedar Ridge can do to brush off the rubble that they found themselves in after that own goal. Durham Arts picked up the pieces expertly and solved the puzzle in mere moments. No riddles can be stopping them throughout this series, as they just had to coordinate their attacks in the last game and figure out exactly how to make Cedar Ridge mess up in this one to get that first goal.
Exactly, finding those weaknesses, and even not even finding them just appearing is a story as old as man. One person messes up and the other team takes advantage of it, and that's just how sports go. That's just how it is. Now, you got to hope that the defense is a little bit better now, which it is at the moment, at least. Durham Arts is trying to look to extend their lead here, especially with another goal, but good clear there from Cedar Ridge as it bounces into Durham Arts territory. Near Cedar Ridge, you got to make up for that own goal. If you're Spurk, you're aching for another actual goal in the other net, you know?
You would hope so. You would hope you would be able to get something going on offense so that you can tie things up, but they are facing the music defensively. It's been a struggle for them, but the counterattack might be what they needed if Arts was not there. It could have gone through. Not enough power behind it. No shrimp on the Barbie this time. Instead, they are going to go for another defensive effort, trying desperately to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And the shoelaces, unfortunately, are untied currently as they're tripping over themselves defensively and need to break out.
I need some Velcro, man. I wore Velcro shoes up until 5th grade, into 6th grade. Those things are dope, all right? We love Velcro shoes. Oh, but you know that something not sticking. That ball's not sticking at all like Velcro to the goal. It's coming off of Liquid there. Liquid's doing so good on this defensive side, in the goal, in the net. Arcs, though, could be the difference between a rock and a hard place. Good tries from both players, both Habibi and Arcs, but it's just not going to go in. Great defense here from Cedar Ridge. Ball is up. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Make that 20 seconds. We'll see what happens here. The ball is still in Cedar Ridge territory. This could be a 1-0 game. 10 seconds left. Rule 2 will come into effect. And this ball is going straight back to Durham Arts. Back over to the Cedar Ridge side. Another save from Spurk.
It's gotta be it.
This is probably it. And it is. Durham Arts tries to get that second goal, but it bounces a little too soon. 1-0 and 1 goal away here from their conference championship in the Triangle Conference.
And again, I talked about it earlier. A lot of games that have been 3-0 sweeps are still close because of the goal differential in each of those individual games. The first one of the day was a 3-0 sweep, but they had 2 overtimes. And the second game was 2-1. This is a very similar story we're seeing here, Dylan. It's like deja vu all over again for the second time here.
Yes.
And Durham Arts, I mean, they are doing everything right. Everything that they can, putting all the shots on, not having to make any saves. But the amount of saves that Cedar Ridge were able to put up, almost 10 total, 4 from Liquid and 4 from Spurk. They didn't have enough time to put any shots on. They didn't have a single shot to their name compared to the amount we saw from their opponents.
Indeed. It was just tough as well from Spurk's point of view, because that only goal that Cedar Ridge got to win the game was an own goal. That's part of the mental game that just you need to get past it. Just forget about it. Forget about it. It's a new game. It's a new game, but also one game away from Cedar Ridge winning. So from Durham Arts winning. So Cedar Ridge, you gotta get on the ball here. I think they have a shot here. They think they have a chance, but we'll see. We'll see here as we get into this game. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes until Durham Arts potentially could be the Triangle Conference champions, but we'll see. We'll see. You never know what could happen.
Only time will tell. And the time for now is for Cedar Ridge to break out of their shells, overcome the odds, and prove what we saw in the first game wasn't a fluke. And they are able to go toe-to-toe with the best in the Triangle Conference. They already made regionals, but again, money still on the line, $100 per player. There's nothing to scoff at.
$100.
Especially in high school.
Oh yeah, $100. You feel like the king of the world. I'm telling you. Nowadays, $100 is a grocery run. Never grow up. Splash from Arcs, by the way. Durham Arts gets on the board early here. 1-0 so far, and Durham Arts looking to capitalize on their lead and just potentially coast all game.
It's not Durham Arts anymore, Dylan. It's Durham Arts, and that's exactly what we are seeing throughout this series.
Durham Arcs, beautiful. Audible, this is great. This is why we're vibing on the same level right now. This is amazing. All right, the puns are beautiful. Puns are beautiful. Same thing, beautiful. Speaking about beautiful, these pass plays, these shots on goal for both these teams. Mainly Durham Arts, though, as they are just going crazy. Look at what Arcs is doing. He is doing bending. He's bending this soccer ball. He's doing soccer
He's
ball,
starting
man.
to
Dude, this is
believe.
crazy. He's starting to believe. He's curving the bullets. This is crazy.
Oh god. Reminds me of like a manga I read about like a soccer player who was like a sorcerer who used their soccer ball as their weapon. It's pretty cool.
That's dope.
Either way,
That's
enough of being a nerd. Durham Arts, while
That's
we're talking
fine.
about video games. Durham Arts
While we're talking about
versus
video
Cedar
games.
Ridge.
And
This
Durham
is
Arts
going
Smart
down
School.
to the
There
wire.
you go. We're all nerds. We love it.
Arts, crafts, and video games. Those are the constants here in VESL. But Cedar Ridge also need to be constantly applying pressure on offense and holding possession of the ball. I feel like that's the biggest thing we haven't talked about. Yeah, Dylan is also the own goal potentials, but thankfully that didn't go in.
I'd like to apologize for the noise I just made. That sounded weird. I'm sorry. Sorry, chat. My bad. That was close to going in. That was real close there. And if you're seeing what Cedar Ridge is doing right here, you've got 2 people on goal all the time. They want to keep this at a 1-0 game so they can get a pocket. Almost. Cataclysm, though. Cataclysm, you're not seeing enough of Cataclysm because Bro is in the trenches. Bro is keeping that ball out of that goal. Good stuff from him. I got to give a ton of shout-outs to Cataclysm. Not getting as much praise because he's back there. He's helping it out, helping out the defense here. Cedar Ridge, though, keeping 2 in the goal at a time right now just to keep this a 1-0 game, potentially get another goal, and then they can roam out, get a few more goals and assists here. We'll see if that strategy works here, though, Bob.
We shall see. Time ticking down. Less than half a game to go for Cedar Ridge to keep the dream alive. Campaign towards that first seed still running. Will the wind be ripped out of their sails as they are sunk at sea against this Durham Arts squad? Less than 2 minutes now, Dylan. Time is now for Cedar Ridge. Get the pedal to the metal and get a goal. As long as they don't get scored on there and somehow it doesn't go through.
What defense? I'm just telling you, defense wins championships. That's how it's got to be. But you got to get the offense. Cedar Ridge, please, do some offense. Do some fun work here. You got to make it work. Durham Arts still looking as dominant as ever. Arcs on the defensive, what did you call it again? Angle? Routes? They're on the routes. They're on the routes. They're on the sticks. They're making it work.
Running the routes.
Running the routes. There
Putting
we
the
go.
routines. Making sure that they
Oh,
check
no!
off their checklist, and the number 1 on their checklist is getting a goal here for Cedar Ridge. There is time. They have a chance. They got to center it. The demo is not going to help out too much. Smirk tried with the setup there. Their teammate getting demoed for their efforts. Joe Marley couldn't do anything there. And unfortunately, Liquid not in the best position after that initial challenge and setup. Less than a minute to go, Dylan. What can they do?
They need to set up off this defense really quick. I know Durham Arts is as annoying as a fly in their goal, but look, you got Liquid in the net. Just keep him back there. Go full sprint. You got 30 seconds here between $100 per player and nothing and second place. You're both going to regionals. That's fine and dandy, but there's $100, man. You gotta make it worth it. You gotta keep going. And look at this. Look at this here. Spurt going down the field, trying to get a goal in Durham Arts territory. It's commendable. 10 seconds left. It's looking all Durham Arts all day. And I don't think there's going to be a gap here. We'll see, though. 1 second. Good defense, though.
Wow.
Durham Arts slams it down. A 3-0 victory. You're champions of the Triangle Conference. Good job.
Congrats to Durham School of the Arts for getting the victory here against Cedar Ridge. Gave it their all. A close series, as I talked about, like we saw at the beginning of the day. Durham Arts with a 3-0, but it was 1 goal differentials across the way. The defense of Cedar Ridge tried their best, but with only 2 shots and 0 shots in the previous game, there wasn't too much that they could do there. They gave it their all. They showed their effort, and we'll have to see how that effort pays off, at the Charlotte Regional. Nonetheless, though, a great victory for Durham Arts. Congrats to them. $300 to the team, first seed out of their conference. And now we have CMS to end off the night. We're going to have our final break, and we'll be back with that matchup. Welcome back, everyone. We just wanted to show you the score of some stuff.
I'm gonna show you the score.
On.
Show you a little. Have some fun. A little variety.
Teaser, you know.
Yeah,
before
yeah.
we got back to ourselves,
teaser.
and that was a test for us, and also for you to see if you were paying attention, and you passed. Thank you. But we have our final of the final day, and it is JT Williams versus Ardrey High. A matchup of epic proportions. JT Williams were one series away from states last season. Ardrey made states, lost to the winning team, but got the third place victory so that they got some prizing from the state finals. So they have two powerhouse teams from CMS facing off against each other in these finals.
Indeed. How much money did they get? They got $750. That is not bad whatsoever. They got some really good prizing here, and they're looking to make another states run again. Both these teams 6-0. The game differential actually decided who got first seed and second seed. JT Williams gets the first seed off of one game and goal differential versus Ardrey 17 plus 17. So both these teams undefeated coming into this final game in regionals. Both are going to be going to regionals, of course, but in the conference standings, only one team can claim that $300 prize.
We'll have to see which team that is going to be that'll move on here, but still going to be crazy between these squads as both of them have been playing throughout the competition, waiting for their time, abiding for their moment to go back to regionals. Now they are both going to be there, and we'll see who is going to claim the spot to make it into the States, who's going to be winning the regional potentially from this conference as well. I mean, the Charlotte Regional is going to be so stacked with the teams that are going to be there. So
wow,
I worry for any squad that will be there against these teams.
Indeed. JT Williams on a bit of a revenge tour. They got that one seed here in the conference championships. Again, as you said before, they lost to that winning team. Now Ardrey as well, another really, really good team. So I don't know who's going to win this one, Vaude, but give me the number 2 seed in this one, actually.
I mean, the number 2 seed is technically the number 1 seed, in my opinion, because they were the ones who got third last time. But if it's the same players, that's a big question mark. We'll see once we get onto the field there as well. I'm going to trust you, Dylan, on your Liquipedia expertise on the actual player names there specifically. But still, we'll have Ardrey facing off against JT Williams in this momentarily. So we'll be getting into this matchup as quickly as we can. I've heard this is going to be one to look out for, so this is going to be a great one to cement our final day of competition for the post-regular season, I guess you could say, because not the regionals yet.
The regular postseason?
Yeah.
The post-regular season?
Before regional season.
Pre-regional season. Pre-regional season. Anyway, we're in the game now. We're off on the kickoff. JT Williams, Ardrey. Though I love Ardrey's logo there. Purple's my favorite color, and it's a knight? That's just dope. That's just awesome.
Ardrey apparently have 20 players that have
yes,
Rocket
they do.
League,
They have a lot
from them. So that's a lot of people to pull from to see exactly how and who you want to have on your team. But
an SSL, a GC2, a few GC2s, a few champs to pull from.
Wait a minute. The SSL's Reed. He's not an SSL.
No, that's exactly. I'm like, really, Reed? Come on.
Really, Reed? He did that to mess with us.
Yeah, for real. Anyway, we are just kicking off. These teams both, again, feeling themselves out, figuring out who's going to strike first, get some more defense and offensive action starting off. But thing is that Beerus on that that third place squad at States, by the way, the only returning player from what I can see from that States team on this Ardrey team, looking to bestow some knowledge, some wisdom onto this Ardrey team and go for that return to States.
And skim it, the GC2 on their squad there, so expect good things from them for this team to potentially do a similar run to what we saw before from both of these schools. Barris doing some great work, getting demoed by JT Williams. They probably know they need to take down the squad. I'm pretty sure this is the majority of the roster from JT Williams as well. I remember Grassy and Nutella and AMM also coming in here for this JT Williams team. So Both of these teams know each other well. They've probably scrimmed against each other plenty of times in the CMS conference, getting ready for this matchup to see who will take the lion's share, which is all of the prize pool, actually. All $300 for the playoff prizing.
Oh, Nutella spreading it down on to the goal. First one of the game here for JT Williams. And it's looking like another one seed, maybe, potentially. I don't know. It's too early in the game to tell.
It really is. It's just one goal.
It's too early.
So there's still plenty of games to be played as well by these squads. JT Williams with Nutella breaking the stalemate there for now. We'll see if there will be enough fire in the hearts of both of these squads to see who can come out on top at the end of this game. Will be JT Williams holding on to this one goal, or Audrey Kell, I'm assuming they're the Knights with that kind of a logo, will be the ones to bounce back and vanquish the beast that they face off against. So JT Williams should have had a goal there.
Yeah, you were saying the Knights. I'm like, that'd be crazy if they had that logo and they were like the Cowboys or something. That'd be fun, you know? Confuse expectations, you know? Anyway, almost had a goal there. Looks like Audrey Kell grabs it. Sander sees the sniper shot, sees the opening. Take a look at this replay really quick. Bounce off, sees the opportunity because Atella is not going to be there with that boost there from his teammate. Beautiful.
Sanding down the competition, making it so that they are just, can't remember the word of it right now, but trimmings, I guess you could say.
Trimmings, yes. Condiments. You know?
Yeah, I guess with
hazelnuts. I've got hazelnuts on the brain, all right? Sorry, I've got Nutella on the brain. Really good spread. I haven't had it in a while. Thank you, Nutella, for reminding me. I'm going to put that on my grocery list.
They just need to be sponsored by Nutella if they win states. Maybe that's what they're going to try and do. But
Indeed.
regardless,
there are people to talk to their people. We'll figure that out.
Exactly. I'm liking the plaid green decal as well from one of the JT Williams players. You know.
Yeah. This one right here. Skim it.
Excuse me, Audrey Kell. But you know, Rocket League fashion we haven't really talked about too much here today, but. Again, we can't get too distracted as the game is still tied neck and neck between these two squads. 1:30 on the clock, and a whiff from both sides shows the pressure is mounting that much between these two teams.
The pressure is there. It's 1-1. You've almost got a minute left. What do you got in these moments, all right? Look, you can become a legend at your school, or you can fall flat, and you do not want to fall flat, all right? You got to keep it going here. Sander gets that bounce, and the clear is coming off here for Grassy. Again, the plaid from Skimmit. Again, love it. Looking super fashionable, looking drippy, looking like they just fell off a boat, perchance. You know, you can't just say perchance. Grassy looking to get a goal here for Audrey Kell, but it's just a defensive game, back and forth, a little bit of ping pong, a little bit of table tennis. A lot of fun that we're having right now. Almost 30 seconds left to go as well. I mean. What do you want me to say, Vaughn? What do you want me to say? It's such a nail biter.
It is a nail biter, and there we go.
Nutella!
Get the whole Nutella. Took a bite out of the Nutella itself with the goal there. Grassy with a perfect setup, and Nutella the only one to score on JT Williams so far, and proving why they are the lead scorer, at least from what we know in this series.
2 goals for Nutella. Call that 2 slices of bread with Nutella between. Nutella sandwich. Beautiful. 30 seconds remaining here. JT Williams with the lead, but Audrey Kell has a very strong team. Stander sanding it down again. 2-2. 2-2. 2. 2 is everywhere. Wow. I think Vaughn's speechless there. We'll take it from the kickoff here at the moment. Looking like JT Williams trying to get something to work at the moment, but it's just not really going to work out. Ooh. Final countdown coming off. And we've got potentially overtime coming in right now. And we do. It's down and out. Vaughn had to go step away, so it's a solo cast time for me. Pressure's on, just like pressure for both these teams here at the moment. Barris going up with the aerial, bringing it back down, but that's okay. 1 goal is all you need here. You don't need to worry about getting the lead. You just need to worry about life or death. That is what this overtime is all about now. So that's what we're looking at the moment. You back, Vaughn? You here?
Yes, the cat saved
Let's
my
go.
girlfriend from bugs.
Yes, the cat saves the day. We're in overtime. It's 2-2. Sander again got that goal before, but there's just so many saves going on right now, Vaughn.
This defensive play from both these teams, they know that they can't give an edge at all to anyone in this situation, or else they are going to take a mile throughout this best of 5. I feel like this game, whoever wins it, likely to be the ultimate winner of the series itself because of how close it is between these two teams. I know we've been like, man, this is some great Rocket League. A lot of great Rocket League 2 is such a slog for these squads. It's a mental drain, and it's an endurance race at the end of the day for both of these teams at who is going to crack first. If it is going to be a crazy player, usually it just comes down to a mistake from either team. I mean, we saw an almost 6-minute overtime in the previous series today, and I don't think it would be that much, especially the mistake as I was talking about. There it comes from Grassy, and Barris will be the one to be credited with the goal.
Audrey Kell starting off hot here, 1-0 in a very close game. That's so unfortunate. I'm the own goal curse here. I come on the desk and we have 2 own goals. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I'm so sorry, everybody in both Triangle and CMS. I'm so sorry. I'd like to apologize.
I think we've seen like 3 or something. Either way,
Something like that, yeah.
Great game
4 shots, 2
nonetheless
goals
from both these teams. And as you mentioned, 50% shooting capacity from Nutella. AMM4425. I'm just going to say M. 4 shots, no goals. That's the toughest thing that's got to hurt there for their team, especially with all that pressure they were able to put up with the demos, the saves, the assist as well. Did not prove to be enough for JT Williams to get the win at the end of the day. So really need to find the through line in the defense and make sure that they follow those guidances. They have just a golden opportunity. Sometimes it happens in Rocket League, sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened with the defense this time, being so strong on both teams. I mean, we didn't have as much saves as there actually was because a lot of it was happening at the midfield for both these teams.
Indeed. Look, if you are JT Williams, that was a close loss, but no big deal. You can shake it off, brush it off. You've probably had games like this before, and you're undefeated. Same thing with Audrey Kell. Audrey Kell, they probably had similar matches just like this. We're getting into game 2 here, on to the kickoff. And we're going to see if Audrey Kell can make or break this game here, or if JT Williams can make things interesting and make it up 1-1. We'll see.
We shall see. Only time will tell, and well, Grassy is making up the difference from that OT already. 12 seconds into this one.
Saying, look, the past is in the past. It's all about the future, you know? Past in the past, it's all about the future. Nutella also going on that semi-defensive route in front of the goal so that no other opponents on the side of Audrey Kell can get through. Beautiful game awareness from both of these teams, especially from JT Williams in that moment. But again, what we were saying last series was before. Don't worry about that. Last game was just insane ball awareness here. They were understanding where to place everything, where to go, what to do, what to save, what to score, when to try for a score, when to try for a save. Super, super awesome awareness from both these teams. As you saw there, Skirmit trying to grab another goal here. The first goal for Audrey Kell, but it gets deflected away. We'll see what both these teams can do here. I'm hoping for an Audrey Kell. My goodness, I can't speak.
It's a long day.
I can't speak, Vaughn. It's been a long day. You gotta be more tired than me. Come on. I hope that Audrey Kell can get something going. The defense is tired. Nutella pokes it through. Yeah, Nutella.
I mean, after such a long OT, Nutella is all you need.
I need a sweet treat.
Get those that protein as well. Make sure that you have all the necessary vitamins and nutrients so that you can be sustained in this endurance run of a grand final between these two teams. And that's what I talked about. Likely who won that last game would be the winner eventually, but JT Williams making a strong case that that won't be the result of this series, that they will be the ones to bounce back, that it was just a mistake.
This morning.
It technically just was. Misplacement, positioning from JT Williams that led to that own goal, but nonetheless, Ardrikel giving it their all. The demo onto them does not help whatsoever. Skim it with the plaid, trying to lead them through, but it's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough. They need this so much. They need this. I mean, we were saying how we were tired, right, Vaughn? I'm only imagining how tired these players are, and it's only game 2. Only game 2. And again, you were saying before, the mental slog, the drain that this has got to be taking right now on these players has got to be immense, especially for Ardrikel, because they need 2 goals to get back in this into another overtime, or potentially to get to 3 to get in the driver's seat, pun intended, of this game. So here's the thing. Sander, you need to keep doing your defense. Skirmit, Barris, keep going on this offense. Ooh. Am, you did a great job. Great job. All right. Grassy, down to Am throws it in. Beautiful. 3-0 here from JT Williams. Looking a lot different from this last game.
Crazy to see from JT Williams here. Ardrikel, we'll have to see what they can do to bounce back. Maybe not in this game, but in the next one for sure. Especially when you're down this much, and it was such a close game that barely won in overtime before. Might just be exhausted going quickly into the next one. So we'll see what they can do after that. But the pressure from JT Williams is just on another level that I can't believe.
You're seeing Skimmit trying their best to get back into this game. Sander trying their best to get in this game. But it's just not, they're not finding the holes here. They're just not finding a route at all, and the defense from JT Williams is just too much to handle. Don't worry. You can take a sleeper game. That's fine. You could take a bit of a break game and then regroup, refocus in game 3, potentially try to go for a snowball. But I don't know what's going to happen here. Maybe JT, as Zatella scores yet another goal, I think JT Williams might just take this leverage and just go all the way, like we saw earlier tonight in the Foothills Conference.
Oh, we'll see what happens in this next minute, 35 seconds, but I feel like this one is done and dusted, Dylan. With the way things have been progressing in this game and just the overwhelming odds against them with how close the last game was, they need a miracle run, a miracle goal, something to motivate them going forward. Maybe force another own goal. That would help.
Well, look at this. Boom. Skimmit throws it in. They're on the board. It's not going to be a 4-goal differential here. Look at this. Skimmit. Beautiful. And that goal was just full of JT Williams defenders. They found the exact shot where it was. They weren't. They went from there. A miracle. You were talking about miracles. It could happen. I'm an eternal optimist. I believe in miracles. I always believe in miracles. But let's face the music here. 3 goals up is JT Williams. And they are looking as offensive as ever. They're looking to try to keep on pouring down goals, get more insurance on the board with 1 minute remaining, especially with that demo there. But Ardrikel, come on. You can do it. Maybe make something happen. The optimist in me believes in you.
I believe in them. Maybe not for this game, but the next one for sure to bounce back. With 40 seconds remaining, down by 3. JT Williams have put on a masterclass of offense, defense as well. Really, midfield presence has been the name of the game for these teams, and it's been dominated by JT Williams throughout this game too. There's been no presence from Ardrikel except in the backfield. If we had a heat map going on, it'd just be all on the orange side for Ardrikel, unfortunately.
Yep, unfortunately, especially, those shot index maps that they have in the NBA, we would have it would be lighting up blue right now. It would be absolutely insane. Final 10 seconds coming in here. Ardrikel could potentially get another goal here, which they do. Skimmit, 2 for 2 so far, in the goal department at least. Just get the little thing on the board, keep that motivation up, maybe laugh this one off, get into this 3rd game here strong.
So curious how things are going to go in that 3rd game, especially after Ardrikel were able to bounce back a little bit with 2 goals in this one. Maybe trying to go for a third. Oh, that almost bit them in the butt there, but they will recover. And we'll see what JT Williams can do to try and get the upper hand in this series. No lead just yet, but they led that entire game.
Nutella and Grassy, 6 shots and 3 shots there.
Wow.
2 goals from Nutella, 1 for Grassy, 1 for Am. Everybody got on the board here. It was a full team effort from JT Williams. Skim it, of course, from RDCal getting those 4 shots, 2 goals. Nobody else really getting a whole lot of shots here. 2 from Barris, 1 from Sanders. So RDCal, you know, shake it off, make it work, and we'll go from there. We'll go from there.
We will go from there. We shall see. This will be continued into the next game specifically. We're not just like leaving you on a hanger because that would be crazy.
Oh,
if
yeah.
We're just like, tune in next week.
Tune in next week for the thrilling
solution
of the CMS Conference Championship. You know, we could do full soap opera. That would be kind of fire, actually. I'm not going to lie. Like, next week.
What is it that they put for, like, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that they have?
Like the dun, dun, dun,
yeah,
dun,
exactly.
the arrow that comes by. Yeah, like
exactly,
next time or something like that. Or
to be
like,
continued.
to be continued. Exactly, yeah. Make it go back. See you later. We'll see you next week. All right, we need to take a nap. But no, actually, we're gonna finish this game up here. Game 3, 1-1. The Knights and the Flames going up toe-to-toe, the 2 best teams in the CMS Conference.
JT Williams with Nutella leading the charge. Grassy right behind them, and Am also with some great offense. These 3 players giving it their all that they can to get past the finish line, and Grassy somehow squeezes it through the thinnest of margins.
That is demoralizing for RDCal. RDCal, that is so demoralizing. And again, you were talking about the first goal usually winning the game. We've seen it from JT Williams these past two games.
Truly.
We've seen them get the first one, they win the game, they get that gas in their engine, and they start roaring. This is just another aspect of the 1 seed potentially winning it all, the 2 seed hanging back, except for the Foothills Conference. The Foothills Conference, they did not meet expectations there when it came to 1 seeds. I'm sorry for them, but hey, that's fine. That's okay.
They'll regain.
You can't win them all. If you're a 1 seed.
Can't win them all. There's bound to be upsets in any sort of competition. We have seen 1 today so far. We'll see if another one happens here in this final between RDCal and JT Williams. But even if either of these teams gets the win, wouldn't be an upset because they're both the top dogs of their conference for a reason, and top contenders for making it into the state finals, depending on who they might face in their specific regional. Nonetheless, though, the demo comes through. RDCal looking for the finish, but Nutella saves the day yet again. And with some pressure already, 2 shots and assists to their name. I mean, the consistency from them to be kind of a support and playmaker for their squad, just keep the pressure going, I feel like is something that is lacking from RDCal.
The AK Knights need that offensive pressure here. They're doing pretty good on the defense. I'm not gonna lie, so far this game, except for that first goal, of course, they are doing very, very well. I mean, you can't deny Nutella. You can't deny Nutella, Grassy, or Am. So they're doing very good on the side of JT Williams, but AK, y'all need to step it up, make it work, make it happen, you know? And you might see something coming out right here, potentially. Sandy and the crew coming up and through into JT Williams territory. Ball bounces back clear into AK territory. The orange side seeing the ball a lot more often than before. Oh my goodness, the angle just was not there for that one.
Not enough power behind that one and precision that they needed to tie things up for RDCal. JT Williams barely holding on defensively though. 1 change up of a move on offense. That's all it's going to take for RDCal to really get under the skin of JT Williams and make them second guess themselves. Could have been it there if there was positioning from the RDCal players, but we mentioned all these fundamentals of Rocket League. They can come together at the perfect time, but if the defense is good enough, it's even harder to take them out if you can't demo them.
Yep, if you can't beat them, join them. And that's exactly what you need to do here if you're AK. If you're AK Knights, you got to join JT Williams in the goal-tacular celebration here, where you're just going to be down 2-1 when you were up 1-0 earlier in this series. All that work that they did in overtime in that game will potentially go to waste here. They need to get in the driver's seat now. There's a minute 40 left. There's plenty of time to get a goal, of course. But they need to do it ASAP so that they can get into that overtime period and keep it coming. Great demo there. Good save, though. Am and Nutella and Grassy all going back into their positions here, trying to get another goal and get another save there. But it's hard when, if you're AK, it's hard when all your teammates keep getting demo.
It really is difficult to have anything to work with on offense, and we almost saw something there, but it was not enough. Sander is trying desperately to get something through. Again, the offense is found lacking a couple of times when they go for passing plays. There's another opportunity going by the wayside, post and away. I'm loving the coordination and the way that they are coming together for these shots, and they almost cleared the net there against Nutella. If they got the bumper demo, would have been a goal to tie things up. Still potential, though, for an OT.
Have you seen birds migrate, Vod? They move in a wave. They move in a form that is beautiful and complex. Ooh. That's exactly what both these teams are doing. Sander! Sander does it! 35 seconds left here. It's a half-court shot from Sander. Nutella tries to save. It doesn't work. Sniper shot. Grassy wasn't fast enough. We're tied.
Ardrikel now one goal away from tying up the series. Or not tying up the series even. It feels like it's been more games than it has been. Here, Dylan. But we're only in game 3 still. And Ardrikel giving it their all to get the lead again for themselves. Not even having to worry about things being tied up because it's currently in that position. They're coming back from that defeat in game 2 that they did not want to find themselves in that situation. They wanted a quick 3-0 and prove that they were the better team, that they should have had the higher seed. And they almost proved it here again. It won't be enough. Sent the other direction. And we are looking towards another OT.
2 OTs, 1 series. How many OTs did you guys have earlier today? Was that what was the record here?
2 or 3.
2 or 3? Okay.
2 for an individual series, though.
There's potential that this breaks the record. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see once this next game happens. You know, this could be the penultimate game for one of these teams. However, OT, AK, if you're AK right now, if you're the AK Knights, you're not sweating the piece at all. You're not panicking. You were panicking before you scored that goal. Now you're chilling. You're vibing. JT Williams, they're panicking a little bit. They're probably like, okay, we did good on defense, but we got that 1 goal slid through. We could have won this game. We could have been up 1-0. We could have been up 2-1 in the series, could have gotten that 1-0, but it just did not work out in our favor. Now they are panicking. They need to keep things fresh here in the goal. Keep defense going. Maybe a little bit of offense, hopefully. I'm probably going to see some defense from both these squads, though, if I had to guess.
All the fences is what we need to see from both these squads. And swinging for those fences as well to make sure one of them can come out on top. JT Williams leading the charge this time. Will be quickly deflected back into their half. Good touch by Nutella, demoed for their efforts. Harris looking for any opportunity to get this away. That was a dangerous position for Ardrikel. Could have been disastrous if it went to the back of their net without them being in position. That positioning could easily strike the other direction. Skimmett tried to delay things and fake out the defender. 1 second chance here. We'll go back towards the midfield line instead. Another chance for Ardrikel. JT Williams, again, stalemate between these 2 squads. Something has to give. That's going to be it.
Grassy throws it in. JT Williams up 2-1. Well, look at this play here from Nutella. Nutella passing it right over. Open goal. Juke it out. The defenseman of the AK Knights. Adios, muchacho. 2-1, 1 game away. Man, I put all my faith in the number 2 seed here in Ardrikel, and it's not paying off so far. It paid off game 1. Hasn't paid off last
game
year.
1. That's true. And they were close in game 2, but it went to OT, unfortunately for them. And again, caught lacking there. But look at all the shots, all the saves, all the demos. The scrappiest game we have seen between these 2.
Game 3 coming up next. JT Williams on the door. Game 4, my bad.
It's all
I can't
good.
do
It's
math.
been a long
I can't
day.
do math.
I
It's 10
messed up
o'clock.
12 and 17 for seconds. It's okay. Caster math.
I know. I've
notoriously
got production in my
bad.
ear yelling at me. We're all good though. It's okay. It's fine. We're fine. We're so fine. We're so good.
We're so
because
chill.
It's game 4. We're chilling, baby. We're chilling. It's game 4. We're gonna have a great time. Oh man, this could go to a game 5 here, Vod. Will it go to a
Very
game
much
5?
could. I think
What
it
do,
will.
what do you think?
I think
think
it's
it will?
going to.
Okay.
I think it's
All
going to
right.
go to a game 5. I'm calling it now to potentially curse it so it doesn't go to a game 5. We'll
Who knows?
See,
Hey,
though.
it's a Friday night. We gotta stay up late watching Rocket League, baby. It's the
Exactly,
weekend. Let's go.
exactly.
Come on. All right. Well, game 4 coming up next. I think we'll have that momentarily. I believe the players are loading in the lobby now. But look, JT Williams on the door of destiny here. Gonna claim that #1 prize if they win this one. AK, Artikel need this so much to vindicate themselves from their state's loss and their 3rd place there at state's last semester.
New roster, new look. One player coming back at the least with Barris. And they want to be proving themselves as the top contender coming out of the CMS conference. I think that stands for Charlotte Mecklen something. I'm sure Reed will tell me in the background what the S stands for. But regardless, I will learn the lore of VESL soon. As JT
We will
Williams.
learn the lore.
Charlotte Mecklenburg School System.
Oh,
So
okay.
there should be 2 S's then, in my opinion. But anyway. That is neither
We'll
here
see.
nor there. JT Williams, Ardrikel, trying to see if they can get a gold medal for themselves for the conference playoffs in CMS.
My
JT
dad told me a
Williams.
fact. Sorry, I need to cut you off
It's
here,
all
Bob.
good.
You
What's
just
the
said
fact?
about the gold medal. My dad told me some long time ago. That, we love watching baseball together, right? He's like, I'd much rather win the pennant. As Barris grabs one for AK. Boom, there. We could see a game 5. Who knows? Who knows? It's in the cards. Anyway,
I've been corrected. It's Charlotte Mecklenburg School, so it is just CMS.
Mecklenburg School. It's just CMS. Okay, well there you
Makes
go.
sense.
Perfect. My dad said I would much rather win the pennant of the National or the American League than win the World Series because you're the best in your league. And this, I mean, both these schools are very good. They're both going to regionals. But winning your conference is that much sweeter. You're just the best in the conference without any doubt.
And that is something that they can write home about, put on a wall and be like, I won this game of Rocket League and put the score. And screenshot
Indeed.
that and make it art. And that's what art is all about. It is what you make of it. That's
is what
exactly
you make of it.
Rocket League is here. Art Drikel trying to make art themselves with this offensive pressure. 1 goal to their name, looking for an even stronger lead to force a game 5 situation. I have heard if that
Beautiful
happens
pass,
still,
just
and
to work
unfortunately he'll
out.
be fired then, so we'll see.
Yep, we'll see. I know. Hopefully this score does not stick. But personally, I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping it sticks. I'm hoping we have some fun tonight. Come on, it's a Friday night. Skip it! Skip it! 2-0 here for the AK Knights. It's looking like more and more that we're potentially going to a game 5. We might be going to game 5. Who knows? But hey, hold on. Hold on, though. Foothills Conference, game 2. West Forsyth up 3-0.
That's true.
East Forsyth responds like 5-0.
5 goals in a
And
row,
just
yep.
goes ham. So we don't know if the JT Williams monster is just dormant for now.
They didn't hear the bell yet, so
They haven't heard the
the
bell.
school bell did go down earlier on, but the game bell didn't happen yet, so they have to wait for that one.
They gotta wait.
Recess in session still.
Yep, recess is still in session here. Good aerials here from both of these squads. My goodness, they are dancing so much in the air. They're like hot air balloons. This is amazing. Love it so much. JT Williams potentially grabbing a shot on goal, but easy save from their goaltender here. Bunch of popping up and down. They're popping and locking out here on the field, on the turf, making things look easy breezy. But no
Easy
no
breezy,
free goals just
beautiful
yet.
Ardrikel.
Exactly. As they say. Who's they? It's
2:10.
they.
It is they. That's all you need to know. But a little over 2 minutes on the clock now, as we are descending into madness. Potential for that
Yep.
game 5 here late in the evening. North Carolina as time ticking down on JT Williams' chances to prevent that game 5 from occurring. Goes right past them, almost squeezed into the net. That would have been an insane angle.
That would have been crazy.
With a protractor for that one. Got an A+ in whatever
Geometry.
that math.
Geometry. I got you. I got you, Vaughn. Revive me. Oh, Barris! Barris! We're going to a game 5. Mark my words. Reed, mark my words. 3-0 AK Knights. They're coming back.
Oh, gosh.
Oh my goodness, a minute 36, it's a minute 36. Look, we could have a miracle run. It could happen. But JT Williams is looking in dire straits right now. It's just not their map.
Not at all, even though it's been the same map the entire time. And hey, Bear has proven that it doesn't matter that the map hasn't changed. They are the champions on this specific Champions Field. We'll see if they are the champions on Game 5 Champions Field, so.
Champions Field, it's where champions are made, and we're gonna have a champion be made on Champions Field tonight. Minute 26 left here. AK going through the motions, making sure they already know they have this game on lock, but you just gotta keep that defense high. I've told my players as a coach of the independent conference, I've said, look, sometimes you're gonna be up 8-0. You just gotta keep that up. Keep your gas pedal down. All right, don't ease up. Now, sometimes you do have to ease up. Sometimes it's not fun to beat another team like 16-0. But you do have to keep, at least defensively, as much of a pedal to the metal as possible. You don't want JT Williams to get even an inch in this, because they will just take it and go for a mile. Again, both these teams undefeated in the regular season. The only thing separating them from 1 and 2 is their goal differential, which was by 1 goal.
Wow.
Crazy.
1 goal, 1 game. All it'll take to crown a champion in this next one. 30 seconds, just a formality at this point. I mean, we could talk about the weather. How's the weather going on over there? Dylan, I heard there was a tornado warning. Okay?
We had a tornado warning before, but clear skies actually. No rain hit us, so that's very good. On Wednesday, actually, go check out my Twitter at Dylan Surplus. Surplus is spelled with a 5 at the end there. Check out the weather that I had. It was torrential downpours, high winds, hail. Barris scores another goal. Speaking of torrential downpours, there's just and hail. There is Rocket League soccer ball size hail falling right now in this game. But yeah, that's just the benefits of living in Texas. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Tornadoes are great. Love to see it.
Roll the dice, and that's the weather you get, basically.
Exactly. Wait 15 minutes, and it'll change, too. Like, 15 minutes after that storm hit, it was sunny. It was crazy. Absolutely nuts.
Enough about the weather. Now more about the news that is Game 5 on the horizon. Once the ball hits the ground, these players even up as long as they can. See if they can go the distance for JT Williams to at least get 1. Sander preventing that from happening, and it will eventually touch down. Game 5 is going to be here and now for JT Williams versus Arjikel, our last final of the Rocket League Conference Playoffs for the regular season. And then it's regionals from here on out for Rocket League. Will it be JT Williams? Will it be Arjikel? Let us know who you think is going to come out on top in the chat on who will come out on top. So we'll see who is going to be the ultimate champion.
Barris got 5 shots on goal, but 4 of those shots were goals. You got to aim to win here. You got to aim to win. It's 2-2. You said before that you'll think we'll see a game 5. We were both correct in that assumption here, Vaude. And now we're here. We have arrived. It is game 5. We'll see who takes it here. It's winner take all, life or death on the line. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Not death, though, because they still make it to
not death,
regionals.
of course. Yeah,
so, like, you know, it's
if you want the monetary prize, Vaudable, if you want the $300, it's life or death. But you're still going to regionals either way. You're going to Charlotte. You're going to Charlotte, baby, and that regional is going to be stacked.
Oh, there's so many great teams that are going to be making their way to Charlotte. So even if you thought, you know, maybe the competition wasn't good enough in your specific conference, going to these regionals, you got to make sure you practice. Do those scrims, get set up for those matchups, talk to your coaches, and get locked in for that as well. But for the teams playing right now, they have to get locked in for this game 5. Who do you think gets his first goal, Dylan?
I'm just going to say it right now, we're going to go 2 minutes without a goal. And then after that, I think JT Williams gets the first, and then Arjikel gets another.
Do we get
1-1? We go back into overtime, breaking the record for the evening. And then 6-minute overtime. Calling it right now. 6-minute overtime. We're breaking records tonight,
Breaking all the
bud.
records.
Breaking all the records. These are the two best teams in the CMS. I don't think we can't not break records. How many game 5s have we had tonight? I don't think, have we had any game 5s tonight?
I think this is
we
the
have one?
second. This is the second.
Second game 5. So, second game 5 of the night. Unfortunately, we can't break that record yet.
No,
so,
unfortunately.
you know, that's fine. But still, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Again, we have a minute burned on the clock. No goals as of right now. And both these schools are just defensive powerhouses, keeping this ball from going into each other's goals. Ooh. Oh man, that was a good boost there. That was a fire boost. That was a fire boost. But we'll see where this goes. We'll see where this goes. Intella has a decent pass play here online, but Sander back around here. Archery Kell needs a goal, as does JT Williams. What am I saying? They both need goals.
I know, but Archer Kell is like the one that's struggling here. Somehow saves it away. The demo comes through, but no, it's not going to be going true into the back of the net that time. AM is doing everything that they can to aim into the net that way around, and there it will be a somehow save for Archery Kell yet again. 3 players, 3 shots, all saves from Archery Kell. JT Williams can't catch a break.
The defense is absolutely bonkers. The defense is absolutely bonkers. Reed is taking screenshots of my shocked face on camera right now. This is insane. I legitimately had my hands on my head for 10 seconds. This is how crazy this game is. How do you save those two? How do you do it?
I have no
It's
idea.
just some magic. Rocket League magic, baby. That's what we love to see. My goodness. Barris.
Over 2 minutes since a goal has been scored.
Over 2 minutes since a goal has been scored. I'm telling you, it's going to be a bit longer, maybe. Who knows? But we're going to go into it at half a game, get a goal, and that goal might win it, or it's another team will tie. I said JT Williams gets the first goal, and then Archer Kell ties.
That's true. I did say
yeah.
one goal is all it's going to take, so maybe that will be the case here. Who knows if Archer Kell will get it, though. Or if we go to a 0-0 OT, that'd be another record. We haven't had that yet today. So
yes,
both these teams giving it their all. They know everything that is on the line. $300, $100 per player would be a huge win for them. They get, I don't know, a new controller, a new headset, some tutoring. I don't know, whatever.
I mean, I said it before earlier in the broadcast. If I was in high school, I would have spent all $100
savings and stocks. Yeah,
100 on 100 beefy Fritos burritos at Taco Bell. Those things were amazing. Bring them back. We need them. The other beefy burrito that they have does not come even close. It's so good.
That would have been dangerous.
That was very
in front
dangerous.
of the net.
Almost as dangerous as eating 100 burritos from Taco Bell.
It would be very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
You would not be able to recover very quickly from that. But
no, my stomach could be very full.
To recover here for JT Williams as they do just that. Looking to slow things down, intercepted by Sander. And back to the midfield it goes. A little bit of a stutter on our own end, but a little bit over a minute to go before we're still at 0-0. And a chance for one goal to be all that decides this championship for CMS's conference playoffs.
Conference playoffs, CMS, it all comes down to this. This conference was crazy. You had 17 schools and 4 schools that went 6-0.
Wow.
As your, probably the most stacked. Barris! Sorry, Barris, I misspoke your name. Archery Kell on the board, 39 seconds left. And again, you said, what you said right now is probably what's going to come true. 1-0.
One goal.
That's it.
There's still 39 seconds, though.
You need to dig deep. Get a goal. Take us to OT, and we'll break the OT record. We'll see here. 30 seconds left on the clock, and the pressure is there for JT Williams. They need to win their conference, the best conference, I believe, that we've seen so far in Rocket League this semester. And it all comes down to potentially one goal. Come on, JT Williams, 10 seconds. It's all on the line here. The ball is in Archery Kell's court, though. They're trying to go for another insurance goal. 1 second left. Will it be another Rule 2? Nutella keeps it up, popping it up like it's a volleyball game. Sander breaks it over
No.
to Audrey Kell, but Audrey Kell takes it.
Wow.
3-2. GGWP. The Knights will ride into regionals $300 richer.
We both prophesized this. If you remember, Dylan, you said the second seed would win. I said it would only take one goal. That's exactly what happened here at the end of the day for CMS. Audrey Kell gets the victory at the end. One goal, the second seed. It's all coming together as they will make their way back as the prodigal. I can't say that word right now.
Prodigal sons.
There we
go.
go.
There you go. I'm helping you out here. All right. Baby steps.
Baby steps. Get the victory, get the $300, the number one seed out of their conference into the regionals, and that is a great way to end off our night here, Dylan. Any final thoughts from you before we send things away and see people next time with Rocket League on VESL at the regionals next weekend?
Beautiful way to end off the night, and I'm just going to say it right now. I came on the desk, 2 seeds won. I'm the 2-seed king. I'm the 2-seed king, baby. Anyway, have a great weekend. I'm sending it to you, Audible. You take it off. You take it off. Come on, you take it off, Audible.
Thank you all for tuning in to the stream. Make sure you are subscribed to the VESL channel, VESL GG, on both YouTube and Twitch, so that you can stay locked in with the action. We will be having, I believe, Charlotte and Greensboro, next weekend for the regionals. Then after that will be Wilmington and another regional. We'll get the specific details out there to your conference directors. They'll tell you where to go and what to do for that. Nonetheless, thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you to all the teams who played throughout the league, who made it to regionals, who, just had a couple players that could just do scrims and everything there. So GBO and Wake is actually next week. And after that will be Wilmington and Charlotte. So definitely make sure you tune in and attend those. There's Eventbrites. You can look them up as well. They'll also be posted in the Discords, and also participate in those one-off tournaments. The R6 tournament has $15,000, I believe, on the line for that, which is insane to think about for high schoolers.
Whoa, that's a lot of money.
Still, make sure you sign up for that. Those registrations close soon, so you only have a limited amount of time to register. You just have to be a student in high school in North Carolina and prove that, and then you can participate in that as well. We just had Fortnite. We have that. We have Call of Duty, CS2, and Overwatch still coming up for one-off tournaments. But that's enough of me talking and rambling for the night. Thank you all for watching. We will see you next week at those regionals.